Randy, we are live now for your 200th episode.
No way. Is it live time?
What do you say?
Hooray! Hooray! We say hooray. You know why? Because it is the 200th episode of the Randy's Collection series on the Main Street Randyland YouTube channel. Hooray, hooray, hooray.
Hooray, hooray.
Can you imagine? And they're probably wondering, who's this guy? You guys ask all the time, who is the camera guy? This is him. This is camera guy Bill. He's the one who runs the Main Street Randyland YouTube channel. Now they get to see him because he's sitting here playing, I guess, Mr. Interview Host on the 200th
I'm going to try.
You're going to try. I don't know. I feel like I'm sitting in Disney World here at this thing. If I push the button, I can go, may I have your attention? This ride has stopped temporarily and may resume motion again at any time. Please remain seated.
Wonderful. Now, Randy, we are not in Randyland, but we are down in Wildwood, New Jersey.
How do you know? They can't tell where we are.
But I am telling them right now that we are in Wildwood, and
we're not in Wildwood. We're not in Wildwood.
We do have some items from your collection over to your side there. We have Mr.
Tell
Peanut.
Them where we really are. We're not in Wildwood. This is North Wildwood. Wow. You see?
We consider the Wildwoods.
He didn't say Wildwoods. He said Wildwood.
Okay, we are in North Wildwood, but we're not in Randyland, and we're not in his arcade. But we have some items from your collection. We have Mr. Peanut over here, which we're going to talk about later, and we're actually going to see if Randy can squeeze into that Mr. Peanut costume.
Well, of course I can. Why wouldn't I be able to fit in this?
I looked at the bottom of it. It looks pretty tight. I'm not even sure I could squeeze into it, but that I guess you got a year ago. So that's a new item that we're going to talk about. And then we have one of your paintings up here of Omnibus.
Ah, the Omnibus. Look at that.
Which is really nice.
You know what? That was a gift. I was given that by Adam. Hey, Adam, your painting made it on the wall. He got that somewhere, some special place. It's beautifully framed. He brought it down to me at the arcade as a special gift.
Liam, that camera's not working there, Liam. See if the cord, maybe unplug the cord and plug it in again.
Already technical difficulties.
Yeah, we have a second camera, and my son is over there.
We're on the air, not even 2 minutes. Technical difficulty. Oh, there it is. You got lights shining in it there.
It says Disneyland.
It does say Disneyland. Well, look, we can't be perfect. And the castle is also Disneyland's castle. All right. And if you look at the side, it says Disneyland Transportation Company.
Now, the omnibuses that ended up in Walt Disney World, weren't they originally in Disneyland? Some of them?
Well, when they moved them to Epcot, yes. Okay, it's an interesting thing. You know, the omnibus was something from Disneyland in California. And when they opened Walt Disney World in Florida for 1971's October opening, they also had their own omnibus. And things were just fine until they decided to open Epcot Center in 1982, October 1st, 1982. And they wanted to use omnibus transportation around the World Showcase Lagoon. So they took the omnibuses from both Magic Kingdoms of Disneyland and Walt Disney World, and they took them over to Epcot, and they became the World Showcase Transportation omnibuses. And they went all around, you know, from the different stops with France and Italy and, you know, up to the beginning where Future World is. And both Magic Kingdoms of Disneyland and Walt Disney World did not have an omnibus as of 1982. I mean, it was crazy. That's almost like an original attraction. It wasn't there the minute they opened Disneyland, but it was, you know, Bob Gurr made those, and they were pretty soon after they opened. It might have been like 56 or 57. They opened in 55. So it was, you know, relatively early, and they were certainly there in the beginning for Walt Disney World. But they were sent over to Epcot, and the Magic Kingdoms no longer had an omnibus, Main Street omnibus. But what happened was they knew they needed more omnibuses. So in 83, they made 3 more omnibuses, and they made them right there at Walt Disney World at Central Shops. And those 3 omnibuses were first sent right to Epcot Center for the World Showcase Transportation Company. So they used them all over there at Epcot for a while. You know, the Magic Kingdom at Walt Disney World did not have an omnibus, nor did Disneyland have an omnibus until probably, I would say, early 1986. So that was 4 years that Magic Kingdoms didn't have an omnibus. I mean, it's really hard to believe, but it's true. But I was already at Main Street. I was working there as a cast member in very beginning of 1985. I was actually hired in late 84, and we did not have an omnibus in 85. And I remember when we got 2 omnibuses, they were brought over from Epcot, and they were old omnibuses that were originally Disneyland's. So we actually had 2 running on Main Street at the same time, and we tried to do it very dramatically, like the horse cars in the track in the middle of Main Street, where the horse cars separate at that switch and they pass each other. We tried to do that with the omnibus, so we had radios, walkie-talkie radios. But when one omnibus was at the castle and the other was at Town Square, we would radio each other and say, okay, are we ready to say, okay, we're going to take off and go. So we would both leave at the same time, and we would pass in the middle of Main Street, making it very dramatic. Well, that didn't last too long. So, I mean, it was, problematic, and nobody knew how to do the omnibus. And oddly enough, when they brought the omnibuses back to Walt Disney World, I was actually selected as the first person to drive the omnibus with another Main Street operations guy at that time, who was higher up at this point. He was there before I was, and he was also starting to work with management. His name was Joe Schott, and he was, actually working in the management team, but he came down to Main Street to bring back the omnibuses. And Joe said, well, I'll take one and you take the other one. And we were the first 2 omnibus drivers back on Main Street when they brought them back. And those omnibuses eventually, not very long, were sent back to Disneyland. So we got one of the new ones, which was from the group that was made in 1983. So one of the ones that was from the 3 and made in 83 came back to the Magic Kingdom at Walt Disney World. They still have it there now. They're still using that one from 1983. The other 2 from 1983 are the ones that I have. So there were 3 sisters, the 3 amigos from 1983 at Central Shops, and 2 of them are up here with me in New Jersey, and one is down in Florida.
So here's a picture of you and your sister when you worked at Walt Disney World in the mid 80s. Now, which one is that? Is that one that you have?
That's one of the newer ones. That's an 83. The other 2 were actually still yellow and orange, coming from Epcot, because they changed the paint completely when they were in Epcot. The Main Street is traditionally green with the beige trim, and they have some signage or some printing of signs of wording on the sides. But in Epcot, none of them were green. Epcot used different colors, trying to differentiate the different buses. So when they came over originally from Epcot, we had a yellow one and an orange one, and that's the way they went back to Disneyland. And I'm sure they painted them as soon as they got back to Disneyland. They might have used them as yellow and orange for a short time, or might have driven one of them while the other one was getting refurbished on it. And the 2 I have also had their day at Walt Disney World, because they got swapped in and out.
Now, here's you, one of yours being transported to you. People may have thought that you drove it from Florida, but you had them transported.
You can drive them on the highway. These are road certified vehicles,
but they don't go that fast.
Well, I can hit 55. And I have hit 55 for doing parades in the area, coming back on Route 9.
But imagine going on 95, 55 miles an hour.
It would take you a while. And also the problem would be you don't have a lot of propane filling stations on I-95 or any way up the corridor, because they run on propane. They were custom made to do that so that there's no carbon monoxide exhaust in the parks. The same system is used at the Jungle Cruise. They also run on propane. And oddly enough, the seat that you're sitting on, they're bench seats on the bottom. Under those seats are torpedo-shaped tanks, one on each side, and you're sitting on the propane. I mean, you're literally kind of sitting on a bomb if you really want to, get right down to it. And it's the same way with the Jungle Cruise boats. You are sitting on seats, and underneath those seats are the propane tanks. So it's very safe, but it's still kind of interesting that you're sitting on the propane.
And there you are with your
my 2 babies. Oh, I love them.
When you had them here in Wildwood.
it was such a thrill to acquire those omnibuses. It's collectors collect things, and I'm certainly a Disney enthusiast that likes to collect Disney things. But I have a direct connection to driving the omnibuses on Main Street. And I actually drove those two when they were swapped in and out of the Magic Kingdom. And I drove them up and down Main Street. So, I mean, if you had a collector who was able to get a hold of them and they had the money to buy them, what is that?
That is actually you driving one of yours.
Oh, getting ready for a clip, huh? Well,
this was one of the episodes that we did where you showed your omnibuses.
Yeah.
This was in,
thank you.
We may have done this episode in 2023. It was one of the early ones. But people recognizing you in Wildwood as you're driving it around.
Everybody knows what those buses are. They're so special. Anybody who's been to Disney World and has seen the omnibuses, they know what it is. And can you imagine how much fun it is to drive the Walt Disney World omnibuses right there on the streets, even in any town, but in Wildwood, driving up and down? I mean, it's very, very amazing and gratifying for me. They're probably one of my most prized possessions, to be honest with you, not only because of their rarity, but because of my connection to them. Again, if you're a collector, no matter what you collect, and you have a lot of money, you can buy something if you have the opportunity to do so, but you can't buy the connection. And who else would have the connection of having driven those buses at Walt Disney World? Well, somebody who worked at Disney World during that period would have had the connection also if they drove the buses, but they didn't buy them. So it's very special for me. And as one of my former supervisors from Main Street, Kenny, who follows my channel, he said one time, we were discussing it on his channel. He said, "Oh, Randy would never sell any of those buses," and he's right. He's right. I would never. I mean, they've been entrusted to me. I really feel that way, and yeah, I could never sell them. 100%.
Yeah, it wasn't like Disney was offering them to the highest bidder.
No,
you
they
had to have a connection to be able to even acquire.
Yeah,
those.
it was kind of an indirect thing, but you know what? It came about because of the COVID. When the COVID was going on, we were told we weren't going to be allowed to open the stores. Nobody was going to be allowed to come into the stores. So I tried to think, well, what could I do that would be an outdoor entertainment? And I remembered the omnibuses because, gee whiz, I used to drive them and it's outdoor. So why wouldn't I be able to do the omnibus? So I did some research and, made a few connections. And next thing you know, I got two omnibuses and had them, transferred up here. And I had them transported. We had to remove the canopies in order to put them onto the trucks because of the height. I think you can't only go up to 14 feet going down the highways. Most bridges will allow you to go for 14 feet. But the omnibuses with the canopies on a truck are way more than 14 feet. So the canopies were removed with their frame and just lowered down into the top section. And they were transported that way. As a matter, you can see it in the picture there. The frame, it doesn't have the vinyl on it, but you see the frame is right there on the top, down into the bus. So it had to be the frame re-raised up with the poles that would hold it and reattached, and then the canopies had to go back on again. I mean, I'm probably on my third canopy already because they don't last that long. It's vinyl, but I'll tell you this: driving the bus more than 5 miles an hour is not good on your canopies. You're going to do a lot of wind damage on that, and I've driven them 50 miles an hour with the canopies on. So what I actually do with that is I strap right across the top of the frame with the canopy. I use straps and ratchets to hold down the whole frame of the canopy because I figured with the wind, people don't realize when you're going 50 miles an hour, wind is very, very strong, and I didn't want to pick up that canopy frame like a kite and have it come pull off the bus or damage it. So they were strapped down pretty good when I was doing travels on the highways. But when you're going to do a parade in a different town, I can't go traveling 5 miles an hour down the road. So you have to do what you're going to do. But I don't know anybody who really used any of those omnibuses on highways One of the buses made their way to the Rose Parade 2 years ago in Pasadena, California. And they had to have had it transported over there for the parade because I can't believe that anybody drove that to Pasadena. So they, probably had a flatbed truck just like I did and moved it down there. And I'm not sure. I don't think they used the canopy. Well, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think they had the canopy on it. So there you go. Just goes with the theory.
Now, we do have a lot of people here in the chat, Randy.
Hey, chatters, how you doing?
Somebody here asked, it looks like Corbin Miskin too, says, is pinball a skill or a luck game?
Well, there's obviously an element of luck, but it is a skill game. And with the advent of flippers, that really made it a skill game. Pinball originally didn't have any flippers. It was just pegs and a board, and you shot the board and tried to go down, tried to get into pockets, and you nudged the machine a little bit. And if you ever watched The Honeymooners with Ralph Cramden and Ed Norton, there's definitely at least one episode where they're playing a pinball, and Ralph is standing in front of the pinball machine. He shoots the ball, and without touching the machine, he's going like this with his elbows, back and forth. And he turns back and forth like this, like he's giving it body English. But he's not even touching the machine because there's no flippers. People don't realize it today because they're so accustomed to flippers. But even then, when you would nudge the machine, you would have a little bit of skill involvement because there's player involvement, and that's involving skill. But when you have flippers, there's a lot of skill involved with it. And some people are very good at playing pinball, and others, they don't know how to do it at all. They go with the two hands at the same time, and one of these deals. So it's like anything else. If you play a lot, you get good at it. And when I was a kid, we played pinball. I say we, me and my sister particularly, we were pinball, craze people. We were all the time at the arcades playing pinballs, and we used to play one flipper each. My sister had the one side with her left hand, and I had the other side with my right hand, or we would switch. But I preferred the right side. And we would each be playing the same machine at the same time by doing that and stretching our money. See?
Yeah, you wrote about that in your first book, and I remember reading that, and I thought that was really neat that you and your sister, that you called it playing flippers.
Yeah, and it's nice that you had a sister to share that stuff with. And we played the same machines all the time because they were there, and you got to know the machine. And some machines you were better at than others, and you learn that. And you learn the skill shots. So it's like anything else. If you're going to play it, you can't play it once. You got to play it a lot, and you get to know the machine. And each machine is a little bit different. And when I say that, I mean the same made machine, the same name that's made at the factory within the same period of production. You go to one arcade or another arcade, they're going to play a little bit differently, because of the condition of the rubber rings, the tilting of the floor, the setting of the leg levelers. There's many factors involved with it. Also, the ability of the mechanic who works on the machines, particularly with electromechanical devices. The mechanic has an actual signature from the way they work on the machines, the way they adjust everything, the skill levels on it. I could always tell when I went into an arcade, they had a good mechanic, because their machines played very, very well and fast. But other places, the mechanics weren't so good, and this bumper didn't work, and that bumper didn't work. And things happen on pinball machines. In higher volume locations, they don't have the time to go fix every machine and every time. But I know when I redo a machine, the machine is real fast, particularly unusual for electromechanical games. They're not as fast as solid-state games. But when I do some electromechanical games, they're really fast that people think that I'm running it with a computer, but I'm not. I've just got it tuned so closely and so fine that the ball's hitting those bumpers like lightning, just going around the bumpers. I did that at the Boardwalk Mall when I had the 100 pinball machines down there in the retro arcade. It was basically all pinballs there. And when I first put the machines on the floor, I knew how fast they were, because they would, and people would comment, and I'd say, by the end of the season, they won't be as fast. And that's true. And some people used to complain because they were so fast, because their reflexes had to be faster. But I told them, I said, as the summer progresses and the lubricants wear out and dry up and become, sluggish, the machine is going to slow down. And people recognized that by the end of the season that they were. And then, of course, the next year I'd be going through things again and speeding them up again. But then as time would drag my attention to other projects, I wouldn't have the opportunity to go rebuild a machine again. As long as it's running, it didn't get my attention. So I would love to be able to work on every machine at every time, but simply there's only so many hours in the day.
While we're talking about pinball, we have to talk about your very first arcade machine, which
Absolutely.
was
Alpine Club.
the Alpine Club by Williams. And that's what really introduced you to the world of amusement devices and taking care of amusement devices.
Well, that introduced me to amusement devices at home.
Yes, at
But
home.
we were playing in the arcades.
But actually maintaining an amusement
Yes,
device.
I had never worked on a machine before. And if you'll notice, that still has the original back glass because you see the crack
in it.
in it. That's why we got that machine inexpensively. That machine cost $125, and it was a birthday present for me. I think I was 11. So that would have been 1970. I was still, I guess it would be 70 or 71. 71 in October that I got that machine. But we actually bought it in August, and it remained in the station wagon in pieces. And it came from Lakewood, New Jersey, from a place called S&S Amusements. And that decal you see on the bottom of the molding and the head there, if you were able to zoom into it, it would say S&S Amusements. And above it is a fluorescent light, because that model had a fluorescent light that some places would put a name or something like that. And the reason they sold it as inexpensively as they did was because the back glass was cracked. They would not have sold the machine so cheaply if the glass wasn't cracked. But as an operator, if they were to put that out on a location with a cracked glass and the glass fell out from somebody shaking it and somebody was hurt, they'd probably get sued even back then when people didn't sue you for everything. That would be kind of a negligent thing. So they couldn't use it in practical use, so they sold it to home use. And other games at that time, used machines were selling for about $250, $350, which you're talking, what is that? How many years ago is that? 50 years ago? There's a big difference in money. Where's the inflation calculator?
No inflation.
So, I mean, $200 back then is probably, like 1,000 plus today. It has to be at least that.
And that was in your home in Short Hills, is where you, in your basement, I guess.
And that was another thrill. I had a lot of milestone thrills in my life. I really say that I really got to do a lot of things that were really special and really made me so happy. Different plateaus. And that was one of the plateaus. I was pretty young. And I remember my dad had to assemble it. I had to carry it in with my dad. The legs were off, the head was off. And my dad was not mechanical. He really wasn't. He was an attorney and he worked with papers and things of this nature. So he didn't even cut the lawn. I mean, if he had to cut the lawn, it would be like my mother used to say, it would be Dagwood Bumstead. Those who know the cartoon comic strip character, kind of a booby thing, getting everything wrong. But my father was not apt with mechanical things. So he and I put the legs on. We carefully put the head on there. And
there's your father on the right.
Absolutely. So when we put the machine together, it worked, but the 1-point scores were not registering. Anything you hit that was 1 point would not register on the machine. And it was a little disappointing, but I mean, we still played it as it was. So my father called the people who sold this. Now, we didn't live near where we bought it. We bought it down the shore, and we lived up in Short Hills. So you're talking, good deal distance. It was like at that time, even with the Parkway, you didn't go real fast like they do today. They don't go 80 miles an hour down the Parkway. So it was definitely a 2-hour ride. So they weren't going to ride up 2 hours to come, work on the machine or fix the machine. So they called somebody in the area that they knew by the name of Runyon. Runyon Sales was a big operator. They were like the source. And word was they were mafiosi connected. They were on Route 22 in Springfield. And because I guess S&S had dealt with them for years, they were able to get one of their mechanics to come over to our house and fix the machine. And his name was Harry Garbo. I remember the name. He came over and he fixed the machine, and it was free. because the S&S Amusements had paid for it. I mean, what a really good business they were, that they were took care of their customer like that. They made this deal and had them come over. They had to have paid him, obviously, but Harry gave us his card when he left, and he said, if you have any more problems, you can call me, and I'll come over and fix it. But now you had to pay for it. Okay. And I remember you had to pay Harry $50 to come fix the machine. Now, mind you, the machine costs $125. So now every time it broke and Harry had to come, it was $50. And trust me, it broke. You could buy a brand new machine, it's going to break. So Harry, came over, fixed the machine. It was $50. My father was happy to pay it because we kids were enjoying playing the machine. Well, a number of $50 down the line, and my father didn't want to pay $50 anymore to keep fixing that machine. So at one point he said, the next time that machine breaks, it stays broke. Not going to keep paying Harry $50 every time the machine breaks. So the machine was broken. It stayed broken for probably a month or so, and I had nothing to lose. So I figured, well, I'm going to tinker on it and see what I could do. So I opened the machine. That was a thrill. Taking the glass off myself was a thrill. Never done it. And working on the machine, and I just had an aptitude for it. I was apt in doing it. I had God's gift and guidance. And
you were 13, right, at that time?
At that time, I probably was 12.
12.
Yeah. So I might have still been 11 because it was my 11th birthday when I got it. And I'm sure it was within the year that, he had enough with the $50. But I was able to fix it. And it wasn't a major problem. I remember it well. It was the free ball gate that used to open if you hit a certain sequence of targets, so that if it went down the lane, it would go into your ball shooter lane. You got a free ball. So it would open, but it would shut again. And it wouldn't stay open. Well, it's not the end of the world. You can still play the pinball machine. But when you're into it and you want to play with all the features, it's important for it to work. So I fixed it. And I was proud of myself for doing that. And then if another thing would happen and I would, tinker around with it, I'd fix that. And next thing you know, my sister is getting mad because I'm hogging the pinballs. Well, it was my pinball machine. It was given to me. So she wanted a pinball machine. So my parents said they'll buy her a pinball machine. Okay. Well, now she's got to have one that's going to have as many features as mine, because it can't be just any pinball machine. So we're looking around all kinds of places, and where can she? You didn't have an internet then. I mean, you're going around to different distributors, see if they got any machines for sale, and if they had anything, how much was it? Was it reasonable? Was it affordable enough? And she couldn't find one that she wanted, and she saw one that she liked at the Palace Amusements in Asbury Park. And we really didn't do a lot of pinball when we went to the Palace, because the Palace had rides and things like that. It was a big indoor amusement center. It was a fantastic place. And they had bumper cars, and they had dark rides, and the fun house, and the merry-go-round. Yeah, they had arcade games too. And yeah, we played some, but we really did all the other stuff too. It was amazing. But she found this machine called 7-Up. And it was also made by Williams, just like Alpine Club. And she decided that she liked the 7-Up machine. Well, why did she like it? Because it was very similar to the Alpine Club. The theme of Alpine Club was a mountain climber going up the mountain. A, B, C, D, E. The mountain would advance in a light, the guy would go up the mountain. 7-Up had a mountain, but it was a ski mountain, and you go A, B, C, D, E, and the skier would come down a notch. And it also had 4 flippers, 2 on the bottom, 2 upper, which was important because most pinballs only had 2 flippers, and my sister had to have one with 4 flippers, just like me. So she wanted a 7-Up. Well, we asked the Palace if they would sell the 7-Up, and they really didn't want to sell it. It was making money on the floor, and they said maybe at the end of the season, whatever. So they gave her a price. I think they wanted $300, and it was too much, because it was more than double what mine was. So my parents weren't going to spend the 300 for it. And they're like, well, you can find another machine. Maybe you'll find another one. And really, it was very difficult to find a 7-Up. Nobody had one in Seaside that we knew of. And we played all the arcades. We never saw one. Although somebody from years ago during my era said that they had played it in Seaside. I don't remember it there. At one time afterwards, many years later, I think they had one in the Carousel arcade. But my sister already had one at that point for many years. So machines get, moved around. But she ended up finding one at Wingate Enterprises, which was also in Springfield. It was actually just up Route 22, a little bit from Runyon. It was odd that, they were in the same area. And they were a much smaller operator, and they had a 7-Up. And they sold it to my sister. I think it might have been $250. It might have been $225. It was still more than mine was, but it was less than the one from the Palace. So she ended up with the 7-Up. And then, of course, she's hogging the 7-Up. And the 7-Up was a little bit later model than the Alpine Club was by a few years. So the bell was louder and the bumpers were stronger. So it was a little bit of a rivalry. I still love my Alpine Club, but I would play hers once in a while. And then, of course, hers broke. And then I got to tinker with it. And I started to learn similarities between the machines. So now I had two to work on. And they were both made by Williams. So their systems of operations were pretty much the same. There wasn't a lot of difference between them. There's a difference between Williams and Gottlieb and Bally and Chicago Coins. They do things differently. But the Williams machines, they follow their same routine. So Williams became my first love as far as working on machines because that's what I was weaned on. Then we got a jukebox. Then it was a rifle machine. And next thing you know, it was my second pinball machine, which was another odd circumstance. At this point now, I was playing Fascination. It had to have been the first year, so it would have been 1974.
Well, before we get into Fascination, some people are asking about your family. Let's talk a little bit about your family. Somebody says here, this is Diana. She says,
Hey, Diana.
Do you come from a family of collectors? Does your sister collect anything? Any other hobbies or interests? So let's just talk a little about your family. You had a mother who she retired from being a teacher.
My mom was a teacher, and she retired when she had me.
Yes.
My sister was first 2.5 years earlier. And then when she had me, that ended her teaching career. Back then, both parents didn't usually work. Usually, if you got a family, one parent worked and the other was the stay-at-home mom. And that's what mom was. And my dad was an attorney. Oddly enough, my dad's parents both had come from Italy. They were, immigrants into America, and they spoke Italian. And my father was able to speak Italian too because of, growing up in that household. I know nothing of it, but my father's father, one of the stories my father used to tell was the first one to put an ice cream machine on a truck going around the streets in the neighborhood. Now, that's kind of like a really outlandish thing to think about. But back then, there were horse and wagons. They grew up in Newark, and Newark at that time was a beautiful suburb, outside of New York City. And they lived on Adams Street in Down Neck, Newark. My father was born at the house that they lived in, which was it was really an apartment in a small apartment building. I think they might have had 10 apartments in this building, 2, 3 floors. He was born on the kitchen table there. And his father got into making lemon ice. They call it water ice today, but in that day it was always called lemon ice because it was made with lemon. And there was a big garage behind this apartment house, and that was the factory for making the lemon ice. And they built a wooden stand on the sidewalk. I don't understand how you could do that. Today with all the laws with cities and things, can you just build a wooden stand on the sidewalk in a city and sell, lemon ice. I don't, you certainly couldn't do it today. You couldn't even get the permits to do it today. But I guess back then you didn't need a permit. So they just built this wooden stand and they sold lemon ice on Adams Street. And they became famous for it. Everybody who was down Neck Newark, they knew Senna's, lemon ice. And they made it right in that garage in the back. But he put an ice cream machine on a truck, which, originally they were doing with horse and wagons. And he rode around selling, water ice and ice cream in down Neck Newark. And then they started going to carnivals. And they started doing fairs. And they got their cousins interested into it, who were the Vavonas. And the Vavonas had quite a few sons. They had, a big family. And they started in the carnival business also. And they got into, sausage sandwiches and, things of this nature and cotton candy and Zeppelis. But then eventually they got into rides. And they stayed with it all the years. And probably for 40, 50 years already, the Vavonas are the amusements of America. And they are the largest traveling carnivals in the country and have been for probably 50 years or more on it. So it was kind of in the blood with the amusements. Now, my dad was the one that his family sent to college to become the professional. So he was the one, they couldn't send all the kids, so they sent him, and he became an attorney. And that was kind of a big deal for them. And my father's office was in Newark. And again, Newark at that time was a very, very, nice metropolitan area. And he stayed being an attorney there for 50 years. Imagine that. And of course, Newark changed, but he never left. His office was there. His clients were there for years. And his business went down, down, down as Newark changed. But eventually, he was just not going to be a lawyer anymore. He was getting too old for it. He was done. But by this point, we kids, me and my sister, started in the amusement business. Now, it wasn't that my father was pushing us into the amusement business because it was, in their blood. They didn't want us to do it. And I remember when I was probably about 16 or so, I said to my father, I said, what should I become? Do you think I should become a lawyer? He said, no. He says, I wouldn't want you to become a lawyer. And I said, why? He says, because there's no justice anymore. He was a lawyer back in the days when doctors made house calls. It was a noble profession. And you were a lawyer to help people. And that's what it was all about. So he saw in his career of 50 years that the law was no longer equal. I don't know if it really ever was, but I'm sure it was more equal back in the earlier days when people had honor, integrity, and they believed in something. And my father was that way. I remember in high school, my father sometimes wouldn't get home till after 11 o'clock at night. And my mother would be mad, where were you? He called around 7. He says, I'm going to be late. I got night court, this, that, and the other. Because he would take the train from Newark to Short Hills, and he would get home usually about 5:30, 6 o'clock. But he would call and say he's going to be late. It's going to be night court. Well, he didn't get home after 11 o'clock. My mother was mad. And I said to him, I says, why are you home so late? They don't have court at 11 o'clock. He says, there was night court. Some of these towns have night court for people who are working. In the daytime, they can't go to court, so they had night court. And he went up to, I think it was Jersey City or Bayonne, to do a man's case at night court. And he went by train from Newark to the other town, did the night court, then had to take the train back to Newark and wait for the train to go back to Short Hills. And I said to him, I says, Dad, how much could they possibly pay you for doing all that? And I remember the one time my father said the guy gave him $25. And I was like, what? 20? How could it possibly be worth? He says, I said, why do you do that for $25? He says, you don't understand. He says, the man needed my help, and that's what he was able to afford. It wasn't about money. And that's the way they were back then. It's not that way today. Almost never. There's some people, but back then it was honor. You helped somebody. You were an attorney. You had the knowledge, and somebody came in. They needed your help, just like a doctor. They helped you. They weren't asking for your insurance up front. They helped you, and if you could pay, you paid. If you couldn't pay much, you didn't pay much. That's the way it was.
And that's the way you are. It's not about money for you. And I think we even called the collection series, the wrong thing, because you don't really consider yourself a collector.
I'm a preservationist.
Exactly. And that's one thing we both like, that 1957 version of A Christmas Carol.
Yeah.
Called Scrooge with Alistair
Sims, an old Fezziwig.
And they had a character in that, Mr. Jorkins, that they created. And there's that classic scene where Jorkins is trying to get Fezziwig to sell out.
Come, Mr. Fezziwig. You won't get a better offer. Time to sell out. It's time for the new vested interest.
And what is the Fezziwig's quote? The one that we both like.
Well, he had a big scene there. But the quote that I think you're thinking of, he says,
you never had a bigger offer. And it's not for money alone.
It's not for money alone that a man spends his lifetime building up a business. And Mr. Jorgensen says, well, if it isn't, I'd like to know what it was for. He says, it's to preserve a way of life that one knew and loved.
To preserve a way of life that one knew and loved. And that's your whole basis.
All about me. And
it's not about money.
He also says, I must remain loyal to the old ways and die out with them if needs must.
And die out with them. And I always love that version of A Christmas Carol, because it has that scene and none of the other ones do. And you like that too. And I think that really sums you up. You're trying to preserve a way of life.
It's true. And somebody made a picture plaque with that phrase on it.
Yes, with Mr. Fezziwig.
With Mr. Fezziwig, and it hangs on my wall. And people look at it and they think it's my father. And then they read it a little bit and they learn that it's old Mr. Fezziwig. Because it's, time and tide wait for no one, Mr. Jorgensen says. And Mr. Fezziwig says, there's more in life than money, sir.
And that's why, you don't really like to sell anything.
I don't, because it's not what it was about. I didn't buy it to sell it. I bought it to preserve it. My goal was to have it all under one roof for, a giant amusement museum where it could live on beyond me. Nonprofit organization to be founded to run it. I can deed everything to the foundation so that it could live on and stay there. But as much as I try, it hasn't happened. I've had amusement museums, and they're basically nonprofit organizations because I don't make a profit. Anything I make is always going into the bills and the expenditures, and my bills and expenditures exceed my income in most cases. But it's still been the goal. But unfortunately, if you remember the last scene that Mr. Fezziwig is in that movie, Scrooge and Marley have taken over Fezziwig's old place of business, and they're taking down the sign, and Scrooge spots Mr. Fezziwig in the coach, and Mr. Fezziwig kind of shrugs back into the thing because his life is over. He's lost his business, and he's driving away in the coach because he eventually lost the battle on it, and the people who were there for the money are the ones who took over. So old Mr. Fezziwig, dies off. They don't show him dying.
He rides off into the sunset.
Rides off into the sunset. It's a good way to put it. And that's probably what's going to happen in my circumstance, because I'm running out of time. That's the reality to it. We only have so many years. I started in the business when I was 18 years old. My first store on the boardwalk in Keensburg, I was 18. And now I'm 65. So how many more years do I have? Now, when I took over the Fascination in Keensburg, the Kessel brothers were all in their 80s. There were three brothers. They ran Fascination in that location for over 40 years. They never moved from that spot. They grew old with the park and the tables and everything else. when they were still operating in their mid 80s, they were able to do so because the park was a shadow of what it once was. It had its heyday 30 years before, and it was going down. So there wasn't a lot of business. The park was run down. The rents were relatively inexpensive, not like today. People worked relatively inexpensively, so they were able to have a few people working there, and they didn't take in a lot of money, but they were able to maintain it. And they did it because they did it all their life. And they ran limited hours. They opened weekdays at 6 o'clock and they closed probably by 11. And weekends, they opened Saturday and Sunday at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And by 10, 11 o'clock, they were closed. And that was it. So they enjoyed coming there. It was their old memories of being in the business. So I say to myself, Kessel was still running Fascination when he was 85 years old. Maybe I could do it another 20 years. The difference is the circumstances. Wildwood expenses are high, just like in the real world. I can't run just Fascination and pay the bills. So I have to have the arcade games with it. And that makes it more involved. There's more running around for me. And also it's more volume because I'm busier. So I'm running around and I can't afford to hire anybody anymore. When I started in Kingsburg, $1.50 an hour was minimum wage. Now, money is relative, but they got $1.50 an hour. When I took over Seaside, which is more in the mainstream, that was 1987, $3.35 was minimum wage. $3.35. And I, gave the kids $3.50. And, if they were there a second year, they got $5. I was more than minimum wage. Up until, I'd say, 3-4 years ago, $8 an hour was the going wage on the boardwalk, and I used to pay 10, and that was a strain. 10's a big strain compared to 5. It's double the amount of money. Now they're looking for 20. Well, everything's expensive. They need that money to get by, but the problem is nothing has changed in my store. I still run games for $1.50 like they did in the 80s and the 90s. Even Fascination, Fascination was stuck in the 20 cents rut from 1974, literally until Flipper's Fascination closed, which was, I'm not even sure, when did that close? I guess about 2011 on a thing. I mean, so for 30 some odd years, it didn't have a price increase, it was 20 cents. And then it went to a quarter. Well, there's no difference between 20 cents and a quarter. People say, "Oh, it's 20% more." No, it's not, because people are going to spend what they're going to spend. If they're going to spend $1, they're going to play 4 games or 5 games. If they're going to spend $5, they're going to play 20 games or 25 games. It's not going to make a dime more because you're 20 cents or a quarter. With the advent of the retro arcade where I am now, Tributes and Traditions, it's the first time I made Fascination 50 cents. Now, Knoebels, that still has one of the few Fascinations left in the country, they've been 50 cents for 25, 30 years. But I only went to 50 cents when we opened this particular version, which would, I guess, now be 7 years ago. This is the 8th season in that location. But even at 50 cents, it's not really 50 cents. This is the problem, because I give free games all the time to people. People are always getting free tokens and free games. The system I have that I engineered, it actually counts how many people paid and how many people played free. I get a total of that. So I can tell at the end of the night how many games were paid, how many games were played free. It's almost equal. It's almost equal. So that means that it's really a quarter. When you average it out, it's really still a quarter.
Yeah, you are very generous there. I mean,
Very
you
much.
could, just sometimes I'll take, my daughter and my daughter's friends, and we each have $5. And
That's a long time.
with the free games, I mean, we're there playing a half hour, 45 minutes, easy.
Absolutely.
Easy.
And again, it goes back to the old philosophy. People are going to just spend what they're going to spend. They're not going to spend more because your game is more. So the game absolutely should be 50 cents. It should probably be $1 or $2. If you use inflation calculator from 1974 and you enter 20 cents, what is 20 cents from 1974 worth today in 2026? It's probably close to $2. Okay, I'd have to look it up, but it's certainly over $1. But nobody is going to sit there and play Fascination at $2 a game, and certainly if they didn't get any free games on it. Again, Fascination, people who play now, they don't even know what used to be. You never got a free game when I played, and it just was unheard of.
And,
You paid your price every single game, and when you won tickets, you saved your tickets for your prizes, which you saved, all year long, all summer long, year to year. You saved up your tickets, and you got some sort of prize. But that's not the way it is today. People are not down on vacation the same way. So they're not here for the length of time. So I give them a cash equivalent. Now, that's actually reverting back to the way Fascination originally was designed. The game was designed in the late 1920s. It's almost 100 years. It was a gambling setup. People paid a dime back in the late 1920s. A dime when a loaf of bread was a nickel. Ralph Cramden earned $40, $50, $60 a week in the 50s driving the bus. And Fascination was a dime. It was a lot of money. And they paid you cash when you won. There were no prizes. So if you won, you usually got $1. Unless it was not busy, you got 50 cents. So they'd have a lot of people playing. It was very popular. Maybe you'd have a bonus line on the top or the bottom, which would be $5 or $10. That was big money to somebody to win back then. But when you played for that kind of stakes, it was often mafia controlled, and you had cheaters. You had people who would come in to cheat playing the game because there was high stakes to win. And the house often had cheaters also. They had people playing, making believe they were customers, but they were house players. And this is a common thing for the old carnivals called shills. And they would play and they would win, and maybe they would have a special ball that was heavier or something along the line to give them an advantage. And they would win. And whatever prizes they won, that was money they didn't have to pay. So they would earn their salaries through that and a profit for it. So it was a different world, but that was all gone by the time I started playing Fascination. It was, the gaming laws were instituted back in the late 1950s. It was 1958. They shut down all the gambling games on the boardwalks, and everything had to be a skill game, and it had to be for prizes, not for cash, which Fascination was the only game that survived initially because it has actually a Supreme Court ruling that Fascination is purely a game of skill. And it really is. I mean, you play all the games, water games, whatever. Fascination is 100% skill. You roll that ball, you have control over that ball, you can see where it's going. It goes in the hole, the light lights up. It doesn't go over a hole and light up the light, or near the hole and light up the light. It goes in the hole, it lights the light. You had to have got it. The only luck involved is where the ball might bounce a little to the side or off, but it is completely a game of skill. And I could have been, an expert witness for that, because when I played in Seaside and I got too good, they threw me out because I won too much. So if it wasn't a game of skill, that could have happened. But even like the crane games today, they're not games of skill, or even the slot machines, even though they have skill stop buttons to make them legal, where you push the button to make the reel stop. They're not skilled. The computers today are running the program of percentages. So the claw machine computer will give the computer enough power to energize the claw and pick the prize up, and it'll weaken it and it'll drop it along the way because it didn't make its percentage. But the state says that's okay, because if you spend enough money, eventually you're going to win, and there's going to be winners. The state is only concerned that there's going to be winners. Well, I'm glad that the state's concerned there's going to be winners, but it shouldn't be a deception that it's really not up to you whether you win or not. Now, of course, you could be an idiot and have the claw in the way back of the machine where there's nothing to pick up. So there is some skill involved in that respect. But every person who plays should have the same chance of winning first play or last play. There shouldn't be a computer system that's deciding you didn't spend enough money and it isn't time for you to have a winner yet.
Now, for those that have never played Fascination or don't know what Randy's talking about, it's basically electronic bingo where you have balls. As you see, this is your current arcade, your
That's
retro
correct.
arcade, and the system you have there. And it's you're putting balls into holes to try to get 5 lights in a row, up and down, diagonal. Or if you're doing coverall, you have to get every light
Well,
lit.
everybody you see playing there, they're playing against each other. All the machines are interlinked. So you're not playing against the machine. The machine is a tool that you're playing with to compete against the other people. It's a great game for camaraderie and family fun, and you get to know the other people, particularly if you come often and you see other people who come often, you get to know them. It's like one big family and one big friend. Such a great game.
And you fell in love with this when I guess you were around 16
No,
years,
I was
15.
13 years old. 1974, Lucky's Fascination opened in Seaside Heights the first year. That's when I started playing. I had never played the game before. I was 13. I was actually playing Skillo, which is really like bingo, where you're marking cards with chips on the boardwalk, and instead of bingo, it's skilo. They would call the numbers, you mark your cards with the chips, and you'd yell out Skillo if you got it. And you could play Skillo all day long and not win because that's the way it was. I mean, it was very difficult to win Skillo. So one day I'm sitting there playing Skillo and I see a sign on the side of a hot drink machine near where I was sitting. And it said, Sonny and Ricky's Skillo coupons were also redeemable at Lucky's Fascination, 1 block south. Well, so I questioned the girl who was working there. I said, what is Fascination? Tried to explain it to me. I didn't understand. She said, well, it's only a block down. Go take a walk down and look. So I did. I went down and I tried it, and I think I spent $5, and I won twice. And at that time, typically you always got 3 tickets for winning. And so I had 6 coupons. So I was like, well, what am I going to do with 6 coupons? I figured I'm probably not coming back. So I redeemed it. I got a cardboard sign that looked like an old fashioned sign with a wooden frame. And it said, something about, our shows are clean because our actors take a bath every week, type of thing. But it was a nice novelty sign. And when I, met back up with my parents later at Skillo, I showed them the sign I had won, told them about it. They didn't understand it. So they wanted to see it. So we went down and we played some Fascination again. And my mom liked it better than I did. I was okay with it, but my mom won a couple games and she felt that, this was a fun game. So we started going to Fascination a little bit, and then we'd also go to Skill Up. Well, as you play more, you get better at this game because it is a game of skills. Skillo, even though it's called skill, you're sitting there and you're waiting for the number to be called to put your chips down. You have no control over it. They have a button to start and stop the wheel. It really doesn't do a whole lot. So it's really, a lot of luck with skill, but Fascination is the game of skill. So the more we played, the better I got at it. Now I was like, Ma, I don't want to go to Skillo. Give me money. So I would normally spend money at Skillo. You'd give me the money. I'll play it here at Fascination. So they'd go to Skillo and I'd stay at Fascination for a couple hours and play. Well, by the second year, I was getting very good at Fascination and I was playing a lot. The more you play, the better you get because you're learning about the game and how to roll the ball and there's next to it. Like anything else, you could be a baseball player. If you play once, you're not going to be too good. If you play every day, you're going to get very good at it because you get to learn. By the end of the second year, I was great. I was winning incessantly.
And here's some of your coupons, that you would save. You wouldn't even spend. You wouldn't even buy anything
I didn't
with them.
want to. I wanted to save my tickets. So if I had to, spend them, I would line them up on the floor in the shore house, and I would take a picture because I'd have to, save the memory of my coupons on it because those are my winnings. I got pictures and pictures and pictures of all my
Here's
coupons.
a couple of them.
Oh my God, hundreds and thousands of coupons that I used to win 3 at a time. It was incredible. It was such an amazing time. But it wasn't so amazing for everybody. They weren't real happy.
Well, it's crazy to think though that you would go when they opened.
Yeah.
And you would stay until they closed, pretty much, right?
It didn't start that way, but by the end of the second year, it was. I mean, I was there from not necessarily the time they opened. I think they opened a little earlier. They might have opened at 12. And by the time I was driven over there by my parents, I might not get there till 2, 3 o'clock. But I would sit there till 3 o'clock in the morning. when they closed. And
What would you do if nobody was playing a game?
well, they didn't run the game unless they had 5 people playing. They used to run something called free practice games. That was their stick. So you could play for free, but there was no prize involved, just to make the game look like it was going. I didn't like that. I wanted to play the game for real, but there were some times that there weren't people to play, but that wasn't that common. You know, you're talking mid 70s. There were a lot of people and families playing games on the boardwalk back then, much more than today. So you pretty much always had people playing, and a lot of times the place was full and you're playing against whoever else is playing. They had 50 machines. So I'm only running 32 in the retro arcade right now. In flippers, I had 60. But to fill all the machines is difficult. And they had a lot of times everybody playing, and you're not going to win as much because by dumb luck, somebody's going to roll the ball and it's going to go into the holes that they need. But my percentage of winning was still extremely high. And that didn't make them too happy. Not because they had to pay me something that they weren't going to pay anyway. Because with Fascination, there's a winner every time. And somebody's going to win. So the prize is going to go out. But when the game ends, there's one winner. And if you have that same rotten kid sitting there all day long winning, everybody else is losing. Because when you win, they lose. That's just the nature of the game. Well, it got to the point that a lot of the regulars wouldn't play when I'm playing. And it was affecting their business. So they came over and they said, look, it's affecting the business. We're going to limit you that if you win 2 games in a row, you got to change your table. Now, why would that be a big deal? Because each table's a little different. Remember I said about pinball machines? Each one's a little different. You get to know your table. You bond with the machine. You actually become one with the machine. And the machine loves you because you're there all the time and you form a personal connection with the machine. Might sound weird, but it's true. It's true. Trust me. So I had my original favorite machine there was table number 1. Why was number 1? Because it was the first machine at the end of the line where the guy was running the game. And I wanted to be right by the guy running the game because I was fascinated by the game and the control booth and the guy running the game. So I had to be on number 1. Well, I learned playing in the summer, but after the season, they were only open, part-time on the weekends. They weren't so busy, so they didn't open both sides because they had to have a collector. So they closed the short side where number 1 was. So I had to play on the other side. Well, I was heartbroken because there's my number 1, my 1E. I couldn't play my number 1. So I played across from number 1 on the other side. I tried 49 and 50, but I didn't feel winning on those tables. So I tried 48, and I grew a connection with 48. So 48 became my off-season favorite table. So it was either 1 or 48. Well, when they started picking on me because I was winning too much and like trying to watch for anything that they could say, like, oh, you stuck your hand a little bit past the glass or something like this, it became very annoying that you were right under their nose. So one day I picked up my money and my coins and my tokens, and I went down to the furthest machine in the store, the end of the line, all the way up front, and that was number 23 on the other side, because number 1 went up to 22. The other side was longer. It went from 23 to 50. So I started playing 23 because it was all the way down there. And if somebody was playing 23, I would play 24, being right there by my 23. And when they would leave, I'd switch over to 23. But when the other side was open, if there was people playing there, I'd play the end there, 21 and 22. So it got to be my 6 favorite tables were 1, 21, 22, 23, 24, and 48. And everybody knew it because those are the tables you would find me at. So one day they decided that they're going to limit that I can't play on tables 1, 21, 22, 23, 24, or 48. And they called me over to the booth, and Tom Fry was there. He was the manager. And he said, Randy, we've decided that you can play any other table, but you cannot play 1, 21, 22, 23, 24, 48. And they made a paper sign that said Randy cannot play 1, 21, 22, 23, 24, or 48. And they had it taped in the control booth. So whoever was running the control booth knew Randy was not allowed to play those tables. So my father, being a lawyer and being, a just person, he didn't like that because it's discriminating against one person and particularly his son. But he felt it wasn't worth the argument because I could play another table. So he said, so play another table. You'll get good at that table. So I would play 25 near my 23, 24. I'd play 47 near 48, number 2 near number 1. But it wasn't the same because I felt like, here's my friend, the table over there, and I'm sitting here and I can't play it. And, my table loves me and I'm looking over and I'm giving a little hand pet, even though there's nobody playing. I'm petting, my favorite table. Well, this went on for, the remainder of the summer there. And my skill level was increasing now on other tables. So they decided they had to get rid of me. So first they decided that I could only play 1 hour a day. And my parents dropped me off. I went in to play. They figure, they'll come down by dinner time and they'll play at night and go home normal. And I walk in and I get the news that they've decided that I can only play an hour a day. And they had a special at the top of each hour. And I could choose the hour I wanted, and I could play the special at the top of both hours. Like if I came at 3 o'clock, I could play the 3 o'clock special and the 4 o'clock special. But when the 4 o'clock special ended, my time was up. I had to leave. So I sat there all afternoon and I didn't play at all. Because if I played, then they'd start the clock on me. My hour would be up. And where would I go? I have to meet my parents there later. So I just sat there and it broke my heart that I couldn't play. But I mean, I wasn't going to not have a place to be to meet my parents. So I didn't play. And then when my parents got there, they said, well, how many tickets did you win? They'd always come over, see how I did. And I said, I didn't win any. What do you mean you didn't win? I said, I haven't played. What do you mean you haven't played? And I told him. And my father got mad. And my father wasn't an aggressive person. He was very, very passive. He said, what? They told you can only play an hour a day. You're sitting there all day long. He said, that's outrageous. Outrageous. So he went over and he spoke to Tom. And, Tom right away is on the phone to Eddie over at the Skillo. Eddie was the owner, Ed Formont. And so then Ed came over to talk to my father. And they were outside and they had an argument. And my father said, that's discrimination. You cannot discriminate against my son or any other individual customer. And he says, I've spoken with my lawyer and my lawyer said that we can't do that. So what I'm going to do is we're going to have a limit that you can only win 50 coupons in a day. My father said, you can have whatever rule you want, but it has to apply to everybody equally and fairly. So if you're going to limit my son to 50 coupons, everybody's got to be limited to 50 coupons. So they made a cardboard sign, literally brown cardboard. And, with magic marker, they wrote, maximum you could win is 50 coupons in a day. And they put it on the side wall right by number 23. Because now I'm allowed to play any table I want because they can't discriminate. They didn't want to get sued. Well, there was only 2 signs in the store. At the end wall by 23 and at the end by 22 on the other side. Nobody could see these signs. If you weren't looking for these signs, you couldn't see these signs. So they typically awarded 3 tickets when you won, 3 coupons. 50 is not a multiple of 3. 51 is, 48 is. So they had a floor girl who would be like the one walking on the floor, like the hostess, and the workers are behind the machines collecting. So they're keeping track of how many tickets I'm winning in the control booth. They're writing down every time I win. And then they'd send the floor girl down to tell me, I've won 48 coupons so far. One more win will put me at 51, and I have to leave for the day. So, the store makes a rule. You abide by the rule. People make rules, and we abide by it. That's their store. It's their policy. So I'd have to leave after I won 50 tickets. And the kids who worked at that time, they used to have to collect the money. I'm automated now. I automated the game in order to keep it alive, but they used to have collectors going back and forth collecting everybody's money. And you got to know them. They got to know you too because you were there all the time. And a lot of these kids were young, and I was young. At this time, I was now just 16. This is the third year into playing. So the kids working there started telling me, this is baloney. It doesn't apply to anybody else. When you're gone, they don't tell anybody that they've reached 50 coupons. And I see how many tickets they got. They win a couple hundred tickets. They're here all night. They don't get stopped them at 50 coupons. They only do that to you. And I was like, what? I was so naive, so innocent, and so stupid that I really thought that they were doing it to everybody. They weren't. So I came in one day and I had a little notepad and I kept it in the well of the machine. And I didn't play much. I played a little bit. I kind of sat back and I was writing down table numbers when they won, how much they won. And then I'd watch. And they won more than 50 tickets and they're still playing. Nobody's going over and telling them anything. So finally, when they're getting into 70, 80 and stuff like this, I called over the floor girl. I remember it was Karen at the time. And I showed her my pad. I says, Karen, I says, I'm keeping track, like you guys keep track of me. I'm keeping track of the other players. I says, look, table 37 has won 67 coupons so far. Table, 41, they've won 75 tickets. How come? And she didn't have it. She was like, caught, what was she going to say? So she ran up like a little tattletale up to Tommy at the control booth, and they had a discussion. And then she was sent back to tell me, well, today we're going to go to 80, or today we're going to go to 90. Whatever it was that they felt that the other people would be done by, that was, going to be the new parameter. And at least I got to play more than the 50. Now we're going to go to a higher amount on the thing. But that showed them that they got to get rid of me. And they plotted, they schemed. And one day I walked in, it was 1:00. Tommy's running the game. And he says, Randy, is your father going to be around later tonight? And I said, yeah, he usually comes around 6 or whatever. He says, okay, because Eddie wants to talk to him. Eddie was the owner. I says, all right, I'll tell him when he gets here. So that day, they didn't give me any trouble. They let me play all I wanted, the machines I wanted. They didn't come over and say, you won too many tickets. They didn't say anything. They didn't give me any problems. It was like the Last Supper. I said, something's up. They're leaving me alone. Why? My father gets there, and I told him, and he's going to wait around for Eddie. Eddie never shows up. The whole night goes by. We're playing. The whole family's playing. Eddie doesn't come. Gets to be like 1:00 in the morning. Now there's hardly anybody in the store. Now Eddie comes, and Eddie was a big guy. I was 16. I was still small, and he came over, and I'm sitting playing the game, and he leaned with his buttocks on the machine next to me, towering over me. He looks down. He says, Randy, I heard you were discourteous to one of my girls. And I'm like, what do you mean? What did I do? You were yelling and screaming in the store. You were making a scene, and it was very disruptive in my store. I said, who was I discourteous to? So he called over the floor girl from the night. Her name was Gloria. She was always nice. The people who worked there were always nice. And Gloria swore yes to it. Never happened. It never happened. The event that he's making up never happened. I was a shy, introverted kid. If an authority came over and said something to me, I wasn't arguing back with them. Just like I said, if that was their policy, that's their policy. I would be in tears as a kid if somebody came over and they're reprimanding me on the thing. So he says, you were making a big scene in the store. For that reason, you're an undesirable, and we're going to banish you. We're going to bar you and your whole family from the store. You can't come in here anymore. You have to leave. Well, we were thrown out of Fascination. We were humiliated in front of a few other people that were there. They're like, oh, my God. And we couldn't play. broke my heart. That's, I mean, what I did every day. I didn't swim anymore. I didn't go to the arcades. I played Fascination. That's what I did.
Now, we did a big 3-part episode on Fascination.
We did, yeah.
And you tell this story, and I know you could talk for hours about Fascination, but also all of this is in your book. Now, this is your second book that you wrote, and this one is just about your life in Fascination.
Fascination, the Lifetime Boardwalk Adventure. Very correctly titled.
That camera's not working again. This was the first book that I read of yours, and I got this in your arcade. I saved up my coupons because everybody wins. You get 1 ticket every time you play Fascination. And, you know, it explains you getting kicked out of Fascination. And then it explains then how you went to Keansburg because you can no longer play in Seaside Heights once the Luckies kicked you out. Now, when you're in Keansburg, though, there's 2 Fascination stores there. Now, one of them is an old one with the Kessel brothers,
Correct.
and then the other one is run by Guy Bennett. And then you realize that the one with Guy Bennett is one that was in Seaside Heights for a year.
Oddly enough, 1974, when Lucky's Fascination opened, there was another Fascination on the next block. And they just called it Fascination. They didn't call it Lucky's Fascination, but it was on Hamilton Avenue. And for the people who still go to Seaside today, Sand Topaz is in that location and has been ever since Fascination moved out of there at the end of 74. But it was run by a man named Quinn Davenport. And he opened there in 1952. And he was there until 1974. There was an overlap for 1 year where Quinn Davenport's Fascination was the last year and Lucky's Fascination was the first year. Now, we had played at Quinn Davenport's Fascination once. We didn't like it because we were used to playing at Lucky's Fascination. The tables were brand new at Lucky's Fascination. They were made for 1974. That was their first season. Quinn's tables were from the early 50s. And there was a difference. Tables are a little different as they made different models and generations on the thing. And the people who played at Quinn's Fascination were used to playing there. It was a lot of older people. It was an older couple, older, clientele. And it was a much slower game. It was for slower, older people, whereas Lucky's was a little faster, a little more upbeat on the thing. So I didn't like playing at Quinn's. I played at Lucky's. But my sister, who was 2.5 years older, she'll always be 2.5 years older, but at that time, she had just turned 16 and she wanted to get a job on the boardwalk. And she was looking for a place to work. She ended up finding a job at Funtown, which is the ride pier on the south, for a nickel pitch game. And oddly enough, the people who owned the Skillo and the Fascination owned the nickel pitch and the Greyhound race game. So my sister was working for them in the very beginning, that first year. And there was no friction with me at that time. We were just learning to play. I wasn't the good player at that time. But because she worked for them, they had a rule: you weren't allowed to play at any of their games. So while we were playing Lucky's Fascination, my sister, when she became an employee for them, she wasn't allowed to play. So she wanted to play Fascination once in a while too. So we would go to Quinn's Fascination so my sister could play there. That's how I got to know a little bit about Quinn's. Otherwise, I would never been in there. But I remember that Quinn had 52 tables and Lucky's only had 50. So Quinn had 2 tables more than Lucky's did. Well, we knew that Quinn was going to be selling out because we had heard it from the customers talking. And I remember even then, I got my mother to ask them how much would they sell, the equipment for. Because after all, we had, a couple pinballs at home. So what could it be? A few $100s? $17,000 is what he wanted. And again, money in perspective. Pinball machine I bought for $125. My sister got one for $225, $250. $17,500 or $750 or something like that. Obviously, you're not buying it. And he wasn't going to break the set because the model stays together. You don't break the set. Nobody breaks the set. So when we were thrown out years ago in Seaside, my parents started taking me to other amusement areas just to play Fascination. Now, we didn't live near them, so we didn't play much, but it was like take the kid, go play Fascination. So when we got to Keensburg, we first found the one on the boardwalk with the Kessel brothers, and those tables were really old. They were from 1938, original way. They had dead holes on the side. It was a totally different way to play it. Although it was the same game, it had a different feel. I couldn't win very well there in the beginning. But when we left there, we went around the bend and we found there was another Fascination on the side street. And Guy Bennett owned it. He had just opened it. And they had 48 tables. And I recognized the tables. I said, Guy, are these the tables that used to be in Seaside with Quinn Davenport? He was amazed that this kid knew that. And, he smoked a cherry tobacco pipe, puff, puff, and, very soft-spoken, nice guy with his cashmere sweater. And he said, yes, how did you know that? It's very true. Well, I recognized the machines. And I said, what happened to the other 4? Because they know there were 52. He said he didn't have room for them when he set them up. There was only room for the 2 rows of 24 on each side, making 48. So I said, Guy, can I buy the other 4? So reluctantly, he says, I really don't want to sell them because they're part of the set. I'll think about it. So we played there. And every time we played, I would ask him, did you think about selling the machines? I want to get some machines for home. Well, oddly enough, the older Fascination machines were always built in 4s. That's the way they did it. Until you got to about the mid-60s, they made them all in 2s, and you put 2 2s together to make a 4. But before that, all the 4s were one heavy table built in 4. And for the purpose of ease of collection, some setups, and each set was made custom to where they were going to go, they would have a 2 on the end cap so that the attendant who worked behind the machines, there would be a break between the machines. He could come through the little break and reach over for the 2 on the end cap and then reach over the other way and get 2 of the 4, come around to the X style, get 2 of this side that was still set on the 4 the other way. So they made a couple 2s for the purpose of the end cap. And when they made the ones for Quinn Davenport, there were 2 2s that were on the ends. Guy used all the 4s. So the 2 2s were what he had in storage. So finally, I wheedled my way into getting him to selling me 2 of them. And I was thrilled. And the money I used to buy him was money I had in a cigar box under my bed where Ed Foreman had bought my tickets to get rid of me with cash from playing Fascination. So I had all this money in
which
this
was
cigar
what,
box.
$6,000?
Well, it wasn't 6,000, but it was several thousands of dollars. And I ended up buying this first set of 2 tables from Guy Bennett. And another thrill, a milestone thrill for me to get those tables.
Because you had always been, even when you were playing Lucky, they would humor you because you would say, how many tickets do I need to get these tables?
That's how it started.
And they'd say 15,000. Like they'd make up a big number.
When I first played table number 1, the first year, I said, how many tickets for the table? Meaning 1 and 2. And Tom Fry wasn't there at the time. Peter was there, Peter Cutler. And he said, it would be 8,000 tickets.
He's just humoring. He's humoring you.
Outlandish amount of Fascination tickets. You won 3 at a time, 8,000. So I took him at his word because, again, the word meant everything to us. Okay, my father, his word was gold. So he told me 8,000 tickets. So I played all the more to get these tickets, and I saved them. By the second year, I'm getting close, and I told the guy at the mic, who's now Tom Fry, I says, I've almost got the 8,000. For the tables. He's like, what are you talking about? I says, well, Peter told me it would be 8,000 tickets for these 2 tables. So then Tom had spoke to Eddie to see, what they could do for me. And they led me on. They said, well, we can't break the set. We can't, give you those tables. We'll try to get you some other tables. Now, I think he probably really did. Because in later years, as I got into business and I learned the Floremonts, that was Ed's last name, Floremont, they were in the Fascination business a long time. He had run Fascination in Palisades Park and in Coney Island in Long Beach, New York. And the brother had run it in Olympic Park and then in Wildwood. So they knew Fascination, and they probably had access to older tables. And he was going to try to find me a table. Well, eventually, as they dragged it on for a while, they told me they can't get me the tables. They'll get me a video game instead. Well, I didn't want the video game. I wanted the Fascination tables. So they ended up giving me the cash for the tickets, which is illegal in the state of New Jersey. You can't give cash. That's gambling. But he gave me several thousands of dollars for my tickets, buying them out. And that money was in my cigar box under my table all those years. And eventually they did buy the tables indirectly. They didn't know it, but I used the money to buy it from Guy Bennett.
And that is one of the most amazing things about the book, because when you got those tables from Guy Bennett, they were just corpses that he had pulled out so many parts. They didn't have the glass.
Well, I think that's kind of why he didn't want to sell me for one of the reasons anyway, because they were parted out. The other two, there was nothing left to them, just the cabinet frame. The first one, the first two of the panels were there. They were missing parts.
They had the relays.
They had the relay panels
and the light bulbs.
And the light switches. The bulbs, I think bulbs were missing. There was no glass. And he sold it to me. He was reluctant to sell it to me because there was missing parts even then, and that was the most complete ones he had. And I wanted it anyway. And
you were only 16 at this time.
I was 16, and I rebuilt the tables. I went to electronics stores.
And here's a picture of them in your house. Those first four, and you can see they're two sets of two.
Sets of two.
Now, when you had those glass made, and you had them made by the actual Fascination company, did you have them made two at a time, or did you have them made at the same time?
At the time the glass came, I had the four, because I got the other two not too long after I got the first two. So when guys saw that I was satisfied with the first two, I was able to wheedle him into selling me the second two.
For less than the first two.
Well, no, I paid the same.
Which was what? How much was that?
I think at that time I paid $325 per lane. So it was like $700 for each two.
Which was a big deal back then. You're only 16 years old.
It was a lot of money,
but also, most of it was covered from that money
it was covered. And then the glass was very expensive. Each one of those glasses was probably $300, and they had to be shipped in a crate coming from California. And when they came, they didn't cut the size just right. They were a half an inch too tall. Mm-hmm. So the lights were off center, and it stuck up on the top. And I had to take it to a glass company that was willing to cut off a half an inch from the bottom. And they said, I took it to a few glass companies. They didn't want to touch it. But the one glass company did it, and they said, there's no guarantee, the glass could break. And I said that if you can't do it, and it breaks, then I'll have to order a new glass, but, do it. And the first one came off clean. The second one didn't. It came off halfway, and, the guy was sweating it out, and then he popped off the other half, but there was a little extra ridge on it. And he said, you want me to try to grind it? He says, there's a bigger risk with me grinding it. I says, no, I'll notch down the wood a little bit in the frame.
Nobody sees it.
Nobody sees it, and it goes down. But if you look at the one on the right, which is number 4, you see the little dot in the middle of the circles, which are the lights. And it's very pronounced small, whereas you look at the other ones, the dot is a little bit bigger. If you got good eyes, you can see that. I mean, I can see it immediately. That's because there wasn't even a light pan for number 4. There was an empty light pan for number 3. Obviously, 1 and 2 had it. But I made that in Metal Shop when I was in high school. And I also made the switch plates underneath the holes because it was all gone. The whole pan was gone. And everything, for every part of the mechanisms of number 4, I had to make.
Were all the relays missing on these 3 and 4?
Everything was gone on 4. 100% nothing was there. Number 3, maybe like 2 or 3 parts were still in it. The rest was all gone.
So you got the glass from the Fascination company. Were you able to buy the relays and the switches from them?
I didn't. I was actually able to get them from electronics stores. The relays were actually different. These machines were 12-volt machines, and the company had switched to 24 volts because these were from the 50s, and in the mid 60s they switched to 24 volts. So they didn't have anything that was 12 volts anymore. They didn't have any parts for the 12 volt machines. So I had to buy them from electronic stores. And at that time, relays were very expensive. I remember a Potter and Brumfield simple relay was $15. That's a lot of money back then.
But not only did you have to rebuild the tables, you had to make a control panel to control these.
That's true.
Because they
Fascination
didn't have a
does
control.
not work independently. You can't take Fascination machines out of the system, plug them in, and expect it to work like a pinball machine. It doesn't work like that. It works with a system controller. So I had to build a controller for my 4.
But you're doing this at 16-year-old with no schematic for them.
Nothing.
I mean, it didn't come with an instruction manual, and it wasn't like the internet was around back then when you could look it up.
That's it.
So that's what really amazed me when I read this in the book. And I remember coming up to your arcade saying, explain to me as a kid, how you did this. And you really were like, yeah, I just tinkered around.
I had the aptitude for it, and God gave me the abilities with the pinball machines, and you're crossing over into this. And I even went beyond. Fascination was not designed with the coverall special. No Fascination played coverall. That was something they did in the late 60s, where initially they simply made it so it didn't ring off with 5 in a row, and they'd have to watch when somebody got them all lit. They'd yell coverall, and they'd turn the machines off. It became an automatic system more in the 70s. Lucky's Fascination had an automatic coverall. It was a big feature that Quinn Davenport's machines couldn't play coverall at all. So that was a huge advantage that Lucky's had over Quinn's when he first moved in against the old Fascination. Well, these were Quinn tables. They didn't play coverall. So I also developed a coverall system into it, which these machines never played from the time they were manufactured. So I had to redo many of the circuits and work it with new circuits so I could play the coverall. And also on the top of the box, on the top, you see where it says 1, 2, 3, 4. That's called the travel light box. But on the very top, you see that cone on the top? That's a wind light. That was something Lucky's Fascination had, but they didn't have on the Quinn tables.
But you had to have it.
I had to have it because
course,
I wanted to be like Lucky's tables. Those were the ultimate machines for me because those are the ones I played on. And I also built a travel light. Travel light was the light with the crown would light up on one table, and then it would switch to the next table, to the next table, to the next table. It would go in row. It would go in an order. It would go all around the store. It would stop when there's a winner. So if you won the game and had the travel light lit on your table, that was especially that double. Well, they didn't have the travel light. Quinn's tables did have a travel light, but it was done by the master controller for all the tables. So these didn't have a travel light. So I had to build a travel light substation to run a travel light on my 4 tables. And then I even went as far as to build a letter X that had never been done on any Fascination tables anywhere. It wasn't even conceived. I built a letter X into my tables at home.
And you even played around with the thing where if the ball went in, if the light was already lit, it would turn off the light.
No. I thought about it.
Oh, okay.
That was.
Sketched out
I sketched it out. I was dreaming of that when I was still playing at Lucky's Fascination, and I said, I wonder what if we could modify the game so every time the ball went in a lit hole, the light would go out again. And I kind of wrote it up and I drew it up. And, I told Tommy about it at that time. We were still, on a good rapport. And he said the game would take forever.
You're right.
He's right. It would take forever. But, I thought that would be very, very interesting. Can you imagine how frustrating that would be?
Yeah. That's
so
funny.
I never did that.
I thought maybe on one of your home things, because you have a set down in Florida, in your Florida house, which it can do even more than this.
It does more. It does the most. Because I had to build those panels from scratch. I had just a frame that I got from the Fascination company that they had found an extra 2 sets of 4 that were just a frame. And I bought them and had them shipped out from California. So I took one of those sets to Florida and I had to build the panels custom to do it. So when I built them custom, I figured I'm going to do something even more intricate. So I made it so you could program in any pattern you wanted to, and the machine would play that game. So it's not a practical thing that you could do in operation on the boardwalk, but it was something fun for me as the electrical engineer. I wanted to see if I could do it, and I did it.
These are my stars.
This is your Florida house.
Yeah, there's all the stars.
You got games there, and the stars from the contemporary.
No, they're from Disney, but they're not from the contemporary. This is my Fascination tables over in the back.
Yeah.
Actually controlled lighting, and they are all over my ceiling.
It's just insane how you have all those stars on the ceiling of your house, and you can control each individual
bright.
one.
Yeah.
All over and all around.
And this was one of that was one of the episodes, and and you did play those Fascination tables there.
Absolutely. My mom and I, my dad, we all sit there playing Fascination on vacation in Florida.
Let's take a look and maybe answer some of these questions from people that are watching.
Got a ton of questions.
Yeah, there's a lot of people tuning in. F10 and Matt Campbell says, if you could change anything about the current Wildwood Boardwalk environment as a whole, what would it be?
Well, if you could wave a magic wand, I mean, you'd really be changing more than just the Wildwood Boardwalk. You'd be changing society. I would revert it back to the way it was in the 60s and the 70s when it was all families, and families came and played games together. There wouldn't be smoke shops all around, and there wouldn't be, the riff-raff attitudes, and the old family rides would be there. Wildwood was like a little Disney World for people to come in. Hunts Pier was very much like Disney. They had the Jungle Ride. They called it Jungle Land instead of the Jungle Cruise. They had the Golden Nugget. That was their Big Thunder Mountain Railroad. I mean, even Mr. Toad's Wild Ride was the Wacky Shack. They had the pirate ship, which was like their Pirates of the Caribbean. It was very, very much like the poor man's Disney World. And that's kind of lost a little bit in Wildwood now. It's lost personality. You don't have many family entertainment things anymore because you don't have many families. They're not there. So you have to change the world in order to bring it back. It's not going to just change in Wildwood, but I would certainly revert back to a simpler time, a more family-oriented society, which it's become quite different.
All right, we have a TJM, I don't know, ZFY says, do you plan on doing any more collaborations in the future, like another comic book? Why don't you show the comic book? You have it here.
Did you bring it? There's the comic book.
Maybe Liam can zoom in on that.
Let's zoom it in. Mr. Fascination and the Fascination Machines. See that? Now, this was done by a nice guy by the name of Michael Jacorda. And he's an illustrator, and he does comic books. And what he did was he took the book and the story of Fascination, the Lifetime Boardwalk Adventure, and he turned it into a comic book. And we've had this now for, I think, about 2 years. He did this about 2 years ago. And it's really nice. It's beautifully done, filled with things. And, Michael, you did a great job with this. And I don't know, maybe he could do another one. I said to him, let's do a comic book on the omnibuses, the Randy's Magic Main Street omnibuses. I mean, how wonderful would that be? And the relationship, as if they're human beings, and they are in their own way. They have their personalities on the thing. He never got around to it. He did a few different things. He did a Dracula's Castle comic book, and I think he's doing a tram car one this year on it. But very talented guy, and there it is. Yeah, I'm trying to show you, the contents and all that stuff. But we usually have some in the arcade. I grabbed this one. Was my last one there. Michael said he's coming down. And he was going to, make a surprise for me that I don't think it's going to be a book, but I mean, he's making me a surprise. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but we'll see what he brings. He should be bringing more comic books for me.
Now, several people are commenting about the bobblehead. Now, this is mine because you have them in the arcade, and I saved up tickets and got the Randy bobblehead.
Where's the box?
I have the box upstairs. I took him out of the box for this episode. There he is. Now, I do have some questions about this.
Oh my gosh. Questions about the bobblehead?
You made these as a prize, I guess, when you had Flipper's Fascination.
Absolutely. Flipper's Fascination. I was doing
Let's hold it up next to Randy and see how much it resembles him. Can Liam get that?
Well, they look very much like the mannequins because it's a little younger Randy on the thing. Randy's getting older as time goes by. But I'm standing on top of a Fascination table. And these are the tables the way they are from flippers, but I use the seaside tables in flippers. So that's the way they look. Now it's a little smaller. Tables are longer, but I built this player's choice box. That was new when I came down to Wildwood, where you could select how much you wanted to play. So if you wanted to play more than just one level, you could play 2, 3, 4, 5 and multiply your scores. The glass is there. I added not just the one travel light, I added a crown with 5 additional travel lights. And I'm standing on top as the master of ceremonies running the Fascination game. And in Flipper's Fascination, I did an event towards the end. It was called Game Show, where I would be the master of ceremonies running the game, and I ran it like a game show. So you were playing Fascination in order to win certain lines or specials to come over onto the floor and play the special event. And that's where it came about. And of course, I'm wearing my game show suit, my tux with the sequin lapels that goes all around the top and all this stuff. And he even has his little name tag on, says little Randy there.
Here's the question, though. I mean, to get this made, I guess you have to order a big quantity in order to make it, economical to give it as a prize.
It wasn't such a huge quantity because they were very expensive, all the custom work on this.
So what do you send them? Do you send, I guess, a company in China, right?
Well, the company was in America, but they made them in China.
But you send them a picture of you, did you draw a sketch of the table?
I sent several pictures of the tables and myself, and then they would come back with sketches. And then eventually, when we approved a sketch that they're finding feasible to do, then it was a matter of approving. And then when we got to the approvals, then they had their sculpture guy make a clay model, and he would sculpt it, and then there would be like a casting to see how it came out. Did I approve it? Did I want to make any changes? And whatever changes were made, I had more hair added. I wanted the bigger hair. Then it was done to it, and then when we finally got to a final thing, then they made the molds, I guess, out of a fiberglass or some kind of more durable situation, and then they would make the units. And this is multiple molds. This is not one mold. You couldn't possibly make this in one mold. It wouldn't detach. And I don't know exactly how many molds it is, to be honest with you, but it's certainly, the figure itself is a separate mold, and the head is a separate mold, and probably the microphone, which is going through his hand, is a separate mold, and the table's got to be separate. I don't even think it would be top and bottom would be the same. And then these balls, how would they get the mold to go completely around those perfect balls like that?
Yeah, it's very elaborate.
It's and look at the hand painted, even into the lights on the player's choice box, which are in the proper sequence. The lights on the machine on the back and the lights on the top, even the holes are hand painted there, and they're raised up a little bit too. So it's not just like painted on there; it's raised, and the pink chevron to get the color pink that matched the chevrons. I mean, that was
very impressive
for several times. And on the back, it says the Fascination Master. You see, this was my only complaint when I saw the real one, because it looked like a tombstone. That here I am dead, and it's going to say the Fascination Master.
Did you think what you would want on your tombstone? Like, would it say Fascination Master?
Well, I never really planned on going, but in recent years, I guess I'm going to have to go, and I guess they'll just put my name on it. And of course it says Mr. Fascination. It came in a beautiful colored box. And it had, on one side, a picture of the Fascination guy here. And it said, he's wonderful. Another one said, he's great. He's marvelous. He's wonderful. And it said, your very own Mr. Fascination. And on the back, it had the creed of the Fascination Master. And it talked about, it was funny. And one of the it was kind of funny.
In one of your recent episodes, you found a case of them, and you brought it out and you showed the box.
Absolutely.
They come up on your episodes every so often as you stumble on them.
Look, he bobbles. Bobble, bobble. Bobble, bobble.
But I mean, it must have cost a lot of money just for them to go through the process of designing.
You had to pay for the designs, you had to pay for the molds, and then you had to pay for them to make them, and then you had to pay to ship them. To be honest with you, I couldn't afford it today.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a lot more
It
expensive.
was a
today.
lot of money then, and I certainly couldn't afford it now. But I did it because this was the trophy prize for winning the contest of game show. You won your very own trophy, the Fascination Master.
And those people that are commenting about it, you can still get it in your retro arcade.
As long as I have them, I just found another couple cases when we're going through stuff. So I have them in the arcade. You can buy them or you can win them, A or B. They don't ship very well because I can tell you when they came, I had several that broke. They usually break at the elbow here for some reason, the vibration of the weight, the slamming, the impact, and it breaks. And they're made of a resin. So you can glue it back together again, but there's a very good chance that it would break. And it's even in a blister pack inside the box, so it doesn't have a lot of shaking. I paid extra for that, okay, to have the molded blister pack.
It's packed very well.
It's packed very well. But I had quite a few that were broken when they came from China. So I don't suggest shipping it. We can ship it, but be forewarned. It might come with a broken arm or something else.
Well, that can be glued.
You glued it back together again. I've gotten things from Disney World that have been broken in the box. And, I don't open the box until years later. What are you going to do? Take it back? So you glue it.
Now we have another question from F10 here. It's another Wildwood question. Have you ever stayed in any Wildwood motels? If so, which ones? And do you have any signs that might have from the ones that might have closed down?
I definitely stayed at a place called the Viking, which was in Wildwood Crest, and we kind of gravitated towards that. I'm not sure if we stayed at others. We probably did over the years because we came down from the time I was little, and we would always stay over a few nights. So at one point, we discovered the Viking. It was a small hotel, the traditional 24, 30 room, 2-floor, shaped like an L with a pool. And we liked it, so we went there every year. But I'm sure we stayed in other ones. I think it's the Lark. It's not that Skylark. Maybe it's Skylark. It's not the one from Maury's. What's the one on Atlantic Avenue by Binns? My
family always stayed in hotels in North Wildwood. So.
Well, I know we stayed at that one. I think it's called Skylark. I'm not sure. It's got like a maroon sign. They changed the sign like in the last few years. The sign was old, rusted out. They had a new one made. It was similar. They're still there. It's not the same ownership. The Viking, I don't think, is there anymore. If it is, it's probably a different name. And there might have been others we stayed at. The only motel signs that I have is from the Breakers. And I believe that was
we did an episode on that sign.
The big neon sign, Breakers. So if I ever open a Breakers hotel, I've got a giant neon sign that says Breakers.
No, getting back to Fascination a little bit here.
Everybody loves Fascination. Okay.
I don't record all of your episodes. Sometimes you record ones and then you share the footage with me.
I do a lot of live Facebook.
Yeah. But sometimes, in the off season, you're doing things and you don't even tell me you're doing them. And then last year, you're like, oh, I got some footage up there for you to put together. And this is when you went to Hull, Massachusetts.
Oh my God.
To get that Fascination system up there, which for a while you had been saying that for sale on, I don't know if it was Marketplace or some auction site.
They were having an auction,
And no, hold on. And I would always nag you. I'd be like, well, they say it's the oldest Fascination. And you'd always be like, no, my Bango Fascination system is the oldest system. It's the oldest system. I don't believe that's the oldest system. And I would nag you. And you say, I don't need another Fascination system. I'm not going to bid on that Fascination system. I need another one like a hole in the head. And the next thing I know, I'm watching footage of you on this massive trip. I mean, this is a massive trip. You go and you take a bus to get to the train.
No, I walked to the train.
Oh, you walk to the train. You take the train up to Massachusetts, and then you rent a huge U-Haul vehicle or some type of rental truck.
U-Haul
huge.
and a trailer.
And then you drive, and I'm watching all this, you know, because you didn't tell me anything about it. So I'm just watching your raw footage. I'm kind of amazed. I'm like, my God, he's gone up to Massachusetts to get that fascination system, which he sort of swore he wasn't going to get. Now, hold on. I just want to show a little bit of this footage of, you know, from the episode. We did like a 3-parter with
That was a 4-parter.
Was that a 4? Well, yeah, once you started trying to fix the system. Yeah, but let's take a quick look at this, because I was just blown away. My mouth just opened up here. Let's take a look.
This is a disaster. This thing.
This is when you got there.
Guardrails are gone.
Yep. They've got them laying on the floor.
And why the hell would they even do that?
And I'm
Unless
like,
they were up on top of the stack and they tried
so
to pull
you
them
made
off, and that's what
a, you know,
happened. They tried
appointment to
pull them
meet
off.
this guy up there, and you're there with a huge truck, and you made arrangements to even hire some guys to help you load these into this huge truck that you rented. And then the guy tells you, no, there's a lot of footage because you recorded the whole time. He's like, I can't let you take them because our insurance.
I don't know what to say. I mean, I'm here, truck is here, truck is empty. Do we try to move the stuff out? You sound almost like, you know, you can't move the stuff out because you don't have your blessing.
They want the certificate of insurance.
So you can't move anything.
So they wouldn't let you take those fascination tables. And I was just in awe. I'm like, Randy took a train. He rented a U-Haul truck. And then there was even a problem with the U-Haul truck. They couldn't get the lights to work. So you had to wait extra time. And I'm watching all this. And then I see you get there and they wouldn't let you take the machines. I couldn't believe it. And you had told me none of this. I'm just watching the video. I just couldn't believe it. And then on top of that, I couldn't believe how well you took that. Like they just told you after you took a train and you rented
2 trains.
and they wouldn't let you take. I'm like, how is he handling this so well? The normal person would have been screaming. That focus is going out.
I'm a very calm person. I usually don't get mad. I usually takes the circumstances and what it is, and it's not going to change it by me getting mad. And I don't want to, you know, get in a fight with the guy or anything of this nature. I mean, obviously he knew it was awful to do that to somebody. I mean, I would never do that to somebody. They knew I was coming. I didn't just show up. This was all
and they knew
prearranged.
you were coming from New Jersey.
It's from New Jersey, and it was expensive. And I ended up not getting the machines and having to drive back from Hull, Massachusetts, in a truck with a trailer, empty.
Yeah, you were like sort of figuring, should I return the truck and take the train back? But you already paid for the truck, so you were like, I might as well drive the truck.
Drive home.
But you know, they were good on their word, because then in the next episode, let's take a looky at that. Well, and then also I didn't know, but then you sort of blamed me. Like, I'm like, well, why did you get them anyhow? And you're like, well, you made me feel guilty.
He was the one.
Like, are you kidding
listen,
me?
they were having the auction. I was running Fascination on the boardwalk in July. And I'm watching the auction on my phone as I'm running Fascination. There's another winner over there. I got to run over, pay the winner. And I'm watching on the phone to see how the bidding's going and this, that, and the other. And to be honest with you, I really wasn't going to bid. And I felt terrible when it was sold.
And here they are bringing them to another one of your locations.
And here they're coming off the truck because I ended up getting them anyway.
Yeah,
But,
so you got them.
You know, listen, I said I needed them like a hole in the head. I needed them like a hole in the head. That's my 8th complete set of Fascination. 8. Like I need 8. I can only run 1, right? So my first set was from Kennywood Park in West Mifflin, Pennsylvania, near Pittsburgh. I was still in high school. I was 17 years old, and we bought this set of Fascination tables. We had to make the pilgrimage out to this area, godforsaken area, 8 hours away on the Philadelphia, the Pennsylvania Turnpike through the mountains and all that stuff. Rented a U-Haul truck. I had to take the machines apart. They had them piled on top of each other in their old penny arcade. They had bought new tables because they were moving the Fascination. They built a new building and they sold the old tables. So here I am taking apart the old tables, loading them into the truck to take them back. This was my first full set. I had the tables at home already, but it's my first full set. And I was thrilled. It was another milestone, my first set of Fascination tables. And I saw the new tables that they had. They had already had 2 of them set up in the same building where they had the old ones. And I was like, wow, these new ones are just like the tables from Seaside. And I was like, looking at them with my mouth drooling that, I'd love to have those new tables. But of course, I couldn't afford new tables. I'm a kid, that park afforded new tables. You're talking about a lot of money. New set of tables was probably over $100,000. So, but I was thrilled to take the old tables. And we brought them back. And they were in the garage at the house in Short Hills. And then when we moved from Short Hills, they had to move. And they ended up moving down to Newark. And they were in the old lemon ice warehouse that they used to make the factory with the lemon ice in Adams Street in Newark. They went there. I had to take them to Newark, and then a number of years later, they ended up selling the property, and I had to go pick them up and bring them down to Central Jersey, and then they got into storage. So I've had to move them several times. That was only the first set. Then I got the Bangos, and that was the second set. So that's 2. Then I ended up buying Seaside. And that was 3, but each one was a milestone. Buying the Bangos was a thrill. My first place on the boardwalk. Then buying Seaside, the place that I was thrown out of when I was a kid. What a thrill that was. Now I had 3 sets. Then when I was out of Keensburg, Guy Bennett took the opportunity to move to the boardwalk from the side street. So I don't know what he did with the Car Avenue tables. I never found out. They got sold to some park somewhere, he told me. They probably don't exist anymore. But he had bought the tables from Dorney Park, and he had them, which were better tables than he was using on Car Avenue. He moved them to the boardwalk. He lasted only a couple years, and it failed. I bought them from Guy Bennett. So now I had 4 sets, the Dorney Park tables. So then what was the next one? The next one was, I guess, the Hershey Park tables. I bought them from the people who ran it in Hershey Park, but the tables weren't in Hershey Park. They had removed them years prior, and they were up in New Rochelle, New York. And I had to go up with my truck and load them up. And I almost had an accident because it was in the winter and the roads were full of ice. And I was coming down this road to a stop sign, and I'm stopping. My wheels are stopped, but the truck is still sliding. And I was going to plow right into the car, stopped at the red light in front of me. But they were smart enough to see me coming, and they moved. So I just slid into the intersection on it. So I came back with those tables from Hershey Park. Then Kennywood Park pulled out the set that they put in 20 years before. So I bought those tables. I had to ride out back to Kennywood to Pittsburgh again. And I ended up buying the tables that I saw that they got when they were new on it. Can you imagine this? So, and then here I am, I'm down in Wildwood. I ended up buying the tables from Olympic when they went out of business. I needed them like a hole in the head. So what did I need? Another set of tables from Hull, Massachusetts, Nantasket. I didn't need it. I wasn't going to buy it, but I felt so bad when they got sold to somebody else that then when the summer was over, I messaged the people and I said, who ended up with them? How did that, end up? And apparently they defaulted. Whoever won them on the auction, I don't know if they paid partial, didn't pay, whatever the story was. They never got the tables. They still had them up there. And I said, well, I'll buy them, but I says, I'm not going to pay as much as you sold them for at the auction on the thing. I mean, I just can't afford that. It's not worth it. So he said that he had other people interested in it. And this went on for a couple months because it was a back and forth. The other people, you were going to take it. And I said, well, look, if you got somebody who really wants it, they're going to use it, let them have it. I have all these tables. Let them have it. So eventually I got a call that the deal fell through and I could buy the tables. And I went up to buy them. And I had said right along these tables were not the oldest Fascination tables because they had claimed that they were made in 1914. Well, Fascination wasn't invented until the late 1920s. They certainly weren't from 1914. And I've played at all the Fascinations that were ever in my area that were when they were still around. The oldest Fascination that was around was in Asbury Park. They had the tables that were made in 1933 and went to the Chicago World's Fair. They were the first manufactured set. Now, when I say that, I mean when they went into business to manufacture them, instead of just being a prototype, they were actually making the game now. That was the first set that was purchased, and it went to the World's Fair in 33. When the World's Fair closed, they were purchased and brought to Asbury Park, New Jersey, and that was the first one in New Jersey. It was 1937. It was called Rubens Fascination. I played at Rubens Fascination. It wasn't their original building. They had moved it to the casino building at some point after the 50s. There was a hurricane, but it was the same tables. So I knew what the tables were like. I knew what they looked like. Different machines had different appearances as they changed the models and they evolved over the decades. The tables from the Kessels were the second manufactured set. They were made in 1938. And they looked different than the ones that Rubens Fascination had. So I know what the first set looked like, and I know what the second set looked like. And I know that the first set of tables was destroyed when Rubens Fascination went out of business. I found out about it after they were destroyed because Ruben called me up when I was running Fascination in Keensburg. He wanted to know if I wanted to buy excess merchandise they had. I said, forget the merchandise. What about the tables? They had already been destroyed. They sold them to a salvage company for the precious metals because back in the day, the parts were not miniaturized. They're all large. So they had a lot of precious metals in them with copper and gold flashings and silver. And they were stripped down and melted down, and the tables themselves were in bad condition and they were destroyed. But I knew what they looked like. So these tables that were in Hull looked like the ones from Asbury Park. And this was very confusing to me because I have the second set and they changed the style from the first set, and the first set was destroyed. So how did the ones in Hull end up looking like the ones from Asbury Park? It just didn't make sense. Well, when I got them, I learned, and that's in those episodes on it, I found out, and nobody else would have been able to figure this out because they wouldn't have had the knowledge on it. But it's such an odd story that because I bought the Kessel Brothers Fascination, those machines buzzed very loud. The Asbury Park tables buzzed also, but not like the Bangos. They buzzed. Every light buzzed. So when you got a lot of people playing, the whole place was buzzing really, really loud. And it was very interesting. Well, when the Kessels got the machines in 1938, they were unhappy with that buzz. And who would know that but me? I wasn't there in 1938, but the Kessels told me the story because I was taking over and we were friends and I was interested and they were interested to tell me the story. So they told me when they got the tables in 1938 and they buzzed, they were very dissatisfied because they saw the tables at Rubens in 1937, which is why they had the machines made, and they buzzed, but not like that. So they called the company and they said, look, we're unhappy with the buzz. And the company said, we'll make it right. We'll build you a new set of tables and we'll swap them at the end of the year. What more could you ask for? So the Kessels were running 48 tables. So the company built 48 replacement tables. And what they did was, they built them the same as the Asbury Park tables because Kessel was satisfied with them. So they stepped back and built another set like the Asbury Park machines, which is why they looked like Asbury Park. I had no idea this. I didn't know they existed on it. Well, when the Kessels finished the first year, they decided we liked the buzz because they felt it worked like a crescendo with the game. So as the game's getting longer and more lights are lit, the buzz is so loud, people are getting nervous because they know somebody's going to win soon, and then suddenly there'd be a winner, and the buzzing, would dissipate. So they decided to keep the bangos. Well, the company had just built 48 replacement tables. So what are they going to do with them? Turns out they sent them to Coney Island, to Faber's Fascination. Now, Faber's Fascination was there forever on Surf Avenue, 1230 Surf Avenue, the next block over from Nathan's Famous. Faber's Fascination. Well, it turns out Faber's Fascination had the first fascination. They had the prototypes before the patent came out. The patent came out in 1931. They had the first machines in the late 20s, 29, early 30s. Those were the ones that they styled after to make the tables for the manufactured set that went to Chicago for the World's Fair, that eventually went to Asbury Park. So when the Fascination Company made these replacements that looked like Asbury Park, they matched in visibility the same as the prototype tables that they were running in Coney Island still at that time in 1938. So they sent them there. And now they had the new tables, but they looked like the old tables. So they ran them for a few years. And I found this out through the archives of Coney Island Historical Society and newspapers. And there were lawsuits. So it was part of the records that you can find from old lawsuits. So they sold the tables and ended up getting another new set in the mid to late 40s. The tables they sold to Nantasket Park, Hull, Massachusetts. They sold them the 48 replacements and the prototype 16. They had 64 tables up there. So when they said they were the oldest tables, they were actually right, but not completely.
The
They
16.
certainly weren't 1912 or 1914, like they said. They did have those 16 prototypes, which date back to 1928, which is amazing. But the other tables were built in 1939, and they mixed them, which are older than the bangos. So the majority of the tables were older than the bangos, even though they looked like the first set. But the really amazing part is that I knew the connection because there were 48 replacements and they got the 48 because there were 48 bangos. And they mixed it with the 16 prototypes to make 64. And you can tell the difference from the back of the machines because the heads are taller and thinner on the prototypes and shorter and fatter for the mechanisms on the.
And they have the patent tags, which
the patent tag, which was not put on any others, with the patent number and the address. They have the address of Faber's Fascination.
and here's
in
that
Coney
part
Island.
in that episode where you make that discovery.
So I could read it. And look what it says. Fascination game, U.S. patent number 1906260. Look at the address, 1230 Surf Avenue, Coney Island, New York. This is unbelievable. An amazing, amazing identification plate. Now, I had to show you on this video this plate because when I put the head on it, it's not going to be visible anymore because you see the head goes on top of it. And the other ones do not have that plate. There's no plate on there.
So now
You
you
see?
truly
No
have
plate.
the oldest Fascination.
Can you
tables.
imagine having the prototypes? It's incredible. It's incredible. And it's proved that they're the prototypes, not only with the patent thing, which came out after the prototypes were there. They put those on there to identify that they got the patent. In the lawsuits that I found in public record, there were some companies that tried to make copies of Fascination, and they got sued in the early 30s in New York. And one of the companies used as a defense that the Fascination company who got the patent didn't invent the game because they hired a very specialized electrical engineering firm in California to make the prototypes so they could get the patent. I have 2 patents myself on amusement games, water race games, and one's a ball toss game. But to get a patent, you have to produce a prototype, a working prototype. So they had to have prototypes made. They had this electrical engineering firm make the prototypes, and their claim was that since they didn't make the prototypes, that the patent was void. Well, it wasn't. It wasn't void. The patent was upheld, and they lost the lawsuits. But in naming the company that made them, they named the company was called Canon. And the backs of those machines that are made, there's actually metal heads, not wood, they're stainless steel. It's impressioned into the metal Canon. So they definitely made those machines, and those are the prototypes, the first Fascination machines. It's incredible to think the game was invented almost 100 years ago. And I didn't even find it until 1974. I don't think anybody is so deep into Fascination as me.
Oh, for sure not.
The Floremonts were deep into it. They were Eddie and Walter Floremont. They were really deep into Fascination. They started in Coney Island. They branched out with Long Beach, New York, and Palisades Park and Olympic Park. And Eddie was the one who ended up doing Lucky's Fascination, who threw me out. And Walter, the brother, ended up down in Wildwood with Olympic Fascination. So they were definitely into the business longer than me, but I don't think they were as sickly focused into the game and the obsession of the history of that game. Although they made a lot of money on that game, more than me, they were in the business at the right times when they were making the money.
Let's talk a little bit about your different businesses. Now, here is your very first, and you were 18 here, and you were in Keansburg, and you took over the Kentucky Derby, which is very similar to Fascination.
I was going to say that. Notice the machines. Don't they look like Fascination machines?
There you go. Instead of getting bingo, you got balls in those holes to go different speeds for the horse, and it's your horse is trying to go around.
Well, the holes had numbers 1, 2, 3, or 4, and the horse light would advance. Click, 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 click. And the idea was to get around to the finish line first. So it was horse race. It was made by one of the companies that was making the bootleg Fascinations that got sued. It was made by that company as a secondary game, and they probably used Fascination tables, changing the heads when they lost the lawsuit on it. I don't think there's any Kentucky Derby games remaining other than that one. I still have it, but they didn't make a lot of them. It was actually a good game. It did better than Fascination the first year or two it would be installed because of the novelty, and the game was a little faster, but it didn't hold the interest as long as Fascination, because on a horse race or any kind of race, when you fall behind in the race, you kind of instinctively give up because there's no way I'm going to catch up when I'm at the 3/4 mark and they're approaching the finish line. You know that. But Fascination, you can win right up until that bell rings. You can always catch up on Fascination. You can't catch up on a horse race or any other race game.
And we did an episode on the Kentucky Derby because you have in Randyland some of the heads.
I still have them.
Yeah, let me just show that because I really liked that episode.
I always wanted to set them up again. I just need a lot of space.
Here we go.
And I'm running out of time.
You'd say, okay, players, at the sound of the bell, it's post time. And you'd start the game. They'd hear a click of the machines turn on. The bell would ring, and they're off. And as they leave the starting post, it's Seattle Sioux in front with Buck Passers, Secretariat, and Little Current. They're making their way towards the 1/4 mile mark. It's Little Current pulling in front. Here comes Citation on the outside with Damascus and Seattle Sioux. They're moving down to the halfway mark. It's still Little Current in front. Here comes Damascus, Seattle Sioux, and Swaps. It's Secretariat on the outside as they move towards the 1/2 mile mark. They're going towards the half, and it's still Little Current in front. They're turning towards the 3/4 run. They're working their way up the 3/4 line. It's Little Current and swaps. It swaps and buck passer. Damascus coming up quick on the outside.
And
They're
you're
moving
very
along
good at
faster,
that. You have
faster
to be a
towards that
good
finish
caller.
line.
I
It looks
think
like
it's
it's gonna be a
harder
little
to
curve,
do
but here
that
comes
than
Swaps. Swaps
Fascination.
hitting a
Oh,
big
it's
one at the
definitely
end.
harder.
It's going to be close, but there's the winner. Little Curran. Little Curran hit that one. Nicely done. The bell rings. The losers go out. The winner stays lit. They get the prize, and you tell them what they're going to get, and then you start again. At the sound of the bell, we're going to try it again. It's post time. The big click of the reset of the machines. Bell ring, and they're off every game.
Yeah,
Can you
that is
imagine
hard.
every game doing that?
That is hard.
And you know, because I'm a good entertainer, I try to involve everybody who's playing every game. So as I'm sitting there in the control booth, I'm looking down. The name is written on the glass of the table that they're playing. Each machine had a different name. So I'm trying to mention each person and diplomatically so that they don't feel that they're way behind. And I can see that they're way behind, not going to win, but here they come. And every single game, one after another, doing that. It was very, very tough on the throat, very tough, very taxing. So it's not something that's I'm not going to say it's easy to run as Fascination, because Fascination is not easy to run, and certainly not the way I run it. But the Kentucky Derby was definitely very, very hard on the voice and the vocal cords. And I'll tell you another interesting thing, since you saw the Fascination machines and the Kentucky Derby games. The Kentucky Derby machines are the company that made bootleg and got in a lawsuit with the Fascination. But because I had those Kentucky Derby machines, I know the way their system works. And that's how I was able to identify the Olympic Fascination tables as not being real Fascination tables. Because Walter made the Olympic Fascination tables. And he copied them off of a set of tables from Long Beach, New York, which I'd never seen their tables. But when I got the Olympic tables and I was into the mechanism, seeing how they work, I recognized immediately that it was the same system design as the Kentucky Derby controls, which Fascination Company didn't do it that way. So when Walter copied the tables from Long Beach, New York, he copied bootleg tables. He made bootleg tables from bootleg tables. So his design was always the bootleg design, which was the inferior design of Fascination all the years. Isn't that amazing? I mean, who would know this but me? Okay, and why do I know it? Because I had the Kentucky Derby tables. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known. I would figure maybe they did it a little differently back then. No, I had the Bangos, which I knew how that was done. That's the way they did it. But the Derby was different, and the Olympic tables matched the circuitry of the Derby. So, I mean, this is the inside story that electrical engineers love. We love this inside dirt.
So speaking of the Bangos, that was your second operation,
There I
and
am
there
sitting-
you
that's
are.
the old Kessel booth.
And
I changed the Kessel booth to a bigger booth. I made a bigger booth. I still have it. I still have the Kessel booth.
of course.
And the same chair. And the chair was like a stool. And it was so worn out by Kessel sitting into it that it has one spot that has like one cheek is lower where his buttocks would sit into the chair. So he had a thin butt because he was skinny. So one part of the chair sinks lower than the other. And I'm sitting in the same butt impression of Phil Kessel, who sat in that chair.
And that was a year after you got the Kentucky Derby. That was the following summer.
It was not even the following summer. I started the Derby in probably April of, that would be 79. And right after the summer, we took over the Fascination. And my first operation day was my birthday in 79.
Oh, yeah.
How's that? So in 1 year, I had two.
And this is you with some of your workers at, I guess that was, is that your birthday?
Me. That's me with my hat.
Is that your birthday?
It's a birthday. It's not the same year, because on the left you have Paul Henshaw, and Paul used to go, "Hey man." You know, we used to call him man, because everything was like, "Hey man, I don't know, man. What are you doing, man?" And I can't see who's back here. It's a little, off the thing, but I think that's Scott Dale. He was a player there from town. There's Carl Leidyke. And
In the middle.
he was a friend of David Kuehl. And the old guy here, that's Joe Trent. Now, if you look at Joe Trent's face, he is just like the Cherokee Indian head on a nickel, particularly if you see his profile. He's an Indian. He is a Cherokee Indian. And he's not as old as he looks. He looked like he was 100, but he was probably about 60-something in that photo. And Joe was a character. And I could tell you some stories about Joe, but my camera guy would probably want to edit me.
Absolutely. So let's move on. This is the outside of the
Castle of
Bangos.
Fascination.
Yeah.
And
here's
go
the
back a second to the old Fascination. Can you go back? You see what's above it? That's the Keensburg bowling alley. All across the top was a bowling. I'd never seen a bowling alley on the second floor. And when they used to have leagues start on Friday night, the whole building shook from everybody up there throwing those balls and hitting things. And I used to watch the prizes on my shelves with the cellophane and the lights. You'd watch them shaking. And this is an old building. And I would be scared to death that someday the whole thing's going to crash down on me there. You entered the bowling alley on the left. You went up the stairs, went all across to the right there. That's Bev and Wally's Sportland.
And then this is an inside of the Bangos. And you can see the gutters on the left
they had
and right.
holes on the side that the Fascination, as I grew up, didn't have that. So if you didn't go into a hole to score the light, it would roll back to the chevron and then roll back down to the bottom row. But the original way they played it, there was no rollback. There were two dead holes on either side, which is why that was shaped like a chevron. So if the ball came back and hit the chevron, it would be diverted to one side or the other and go down a gutter pocket, and you got nothing.
Now, one of the most unbelievable stories about this whole thing with the Bangos is, and I'll go forward here, here's the fire, which took out the whole building.
The whole block.
But the summer before, I guess you were in a dispute over lease for that spot. So to play hardball, you figured, well, I'll move out all the machines as if I'm going to find another location, is what you did. Like, I'm going to move out, which is a big thing to do. Like, it's hard to remove all those tables.
It's very hard, but here's the problem. The park, Keensburg Amusement Park, was owned by two men, and Al Reed and Tony Grand at the time. And everybody in the park had a 1-year contract. Nobody had a lease. Everything was 1 year. The reason they did that was they kept complete control over everybody. You followed their rules. You did what they wanted. And if there was a dispute, they didn't renew your contract, you're done. So it was living with a sword over your head. Well, they're in the business of renting real estate. So every year they were raising the rent. Now, I was already paying way more rent than most places there because it was a bigger place with the Fascination. But even then, Fascination did not make as much money as Wheels and Stands out front. They made more money and they were smaller rent. So every year they were raising the rent. It got to be to the point, after I was there 4 or 5 years, I wasn't making anything. I was just paying rent. And they wanted to raise it again. And I didn't want to leave. So I said to them, I says, listen, here's the circumstances. I'm making nothing. I understand you want more. I'm willing to pay more, but you have to allow me to do something in addition to Fascination that I can make additional money to pay you. I wanted to take one of the front doors and make it a stand of some kind. So I had extra money coming in to go towards the rent. Well, they didn't want to do that. They were going to play hardball and say you can't do that. And this was going on right up to the end. Now, the lease ended with December 31st. So this went on right up till we're in December. And I said to my mom, I says, look, we're going to go down to Florida for vacation at Disney World for Christmas. I says, I'm going to move out all the Fascination machines and all the stuff because I can't be here to move it out if they suddenly say we're not going to do it, get it out. I had to do it sooner. So I moved out the tables, and here was the idea. Number one, they're going to see you're going to have a vacancy. I'm going to move. Number two, if we worked out the deal, I was going to put in the Kennywood Park tables, which were newer, and I had them. So I was going to upgrade my tables by doing this and hopefully get a better deal. We went down to Florida. We were on vacation at Disney World. When we came back from Florida, it was the end of December. we found the whole block had burned down.
And you're lucky you were in Florida, because if you weren't, people would have thought you had something to do with it.
Well, that's possible, but I had no insurance and I had nothing to collect and I had nothing in there. So I lost nothing. So it'd be pretty hard to blame me for burning it down. There would be no advantage to it. So I was in Florida. The building burned down. If I hadn't removed the machines after being there for over 40 years, they would have burned to the ground along with the building. So the machines were saved by a matter of a week, that they were out of the building, and a week later the building burns down. That's amazing to me, that God placed the path circumstance-wise that I removed the machines before they were destroyed. I still have them.
And there they are in your collection.
There's the heads, yeah.
Turn that off. Yeah, this is in one of your you had them in storage in one of your
No,
tractor.
the other one's blinking.
Oh, it's just
Yeah, you have several of these tractor trailer backs where you have a lot of your games, which you don't have room in your buildings. And just recently, I guess you emptied the one that had the bango heads.
I did.
And you took them out, and this is them today. But yeah, they would have been burned up.
And you know what's miraculous? That's inside the trailer, and this is a sign that you see laying on its side here. It said "Free Fascination" with a sandwich sign. But there's machines all in here. That's actually carpeting from the Fascination in Keansburg. But there are going to be, over a period of time, areas in a tractor trailer that's going to leak. The whole thing isn't going to leak, but you're going to get a spot here and there. Like you see on the end here, this wood here was ruined.
Yeah, that's got to be heartbreaking when you open up one of these trailers
it's
and you see that.
Definitely heartbreaking. But overall, most of the stuff, like 95% or better of the stuff, is as good as the day it was when it went in there, which is amazing to me. Because you would think that there would be rot and all kinds of stuff, like the heat, the cold. We're talking, that was in the truck for 30 some odd years, maybe close to 40 years. And they came out as good as they were when they went in there. They were a little dusty, but that's amazing. It's a time capsule. Now, not everything survived perfectly. That's a pinball machine that the side got ruined, but the parts inside it are, I expect, perfect.
But the bangos survived.
The bangos survived perfectly.
And that's probably one of the most important things.
Well, I'm certainly thrilled that they didn't get hurt.
Now, continuing with the your locations. Let me move on here. After that, you took a break and you went to Walt Disney World, right?
That's true. It's odd. We had the Kentucky Derby, we had the Fascination, and we had an arcade all running at the same time in Keansburg. I say we because my family helped me. My mom and dad, we all worked. Well, the Kentucky Derby was tough on my dad because you saw how you had to do the microphone and this and the other, and it was difficult. He did his best. It wasn't making money. So the last year I closed the Derby, and the last year we operated in Keansburg was just the Fascination and the arcade. Well, when the Fascination had the fire, all we had left was the arcade, Action Arcade on the corner of Carr Avenue and Beachway. And it was actually a different landlord because it wasn't right in the park. It was across the street. They had amusements going down the street like where Guy Bennett was. Well, as circumstances go, they were having a lot of fires in Keansburg. The block-long Fascination building fire, that wasn't the first block-long fire in Keansburg. In my few years that I was there, they had 3 or more big fires taking a half a block or a block of stands and little stores. It was almost like the old buildings were burning down. They were collecting insurance. So the arcade got hit with a fire also in early June. right after the December fire of Fascination. And somebody had started a fire in the stands outside of the building, and the fire went further through the stand, went into the back, through the back wall, into the arcade where we had like a stock room of merchandise, and the entire machine area was smoke and water damaged. And that ended the arcade just a few months after Fascination. And there was damage to the machines in the arcade because the smoke just piled out of there, and the firemen came in with the hoses, and you were standing in water ankle deep on it. But I cleaned up and fixed up the best I could. You couldn't even stand in that building. First of all, there were no electric, because the firemen, they cut the electric at the building. So you're working in there with camping lights, kerosene camping lights, and you could only be in there for 10 minutes at most. Your eyes were stinging, just stinging from the stench of fire that was in there. Everything was black. As black could be. You touch the wall, your hand stuck to it because of the smoke, and became like gummy on the wall. It's a weird thing. So they make a special chemical, which my father was able to get from a restoration place, that literally dissolves that black magically. Like you just squirt it and wipe it, and all the black just comes right off the sides of the machines, and anything that was like finished, painted, that became black came right back to the way it was with this chemical. An expensive chemical, but I mean, just the whole floor was black, with all the chemical going down there. So I fixed all the best machines, and because we had new machines there, it wasn't a retro arcade because it was the period that the machines were being made. This was the 80s. So I fixed the best, newest machines we had, and I sent them down to Seaside Heights to my friend's place, Mike Carbone, who owned the Carousel arcade in Seaside at that time. They had two big arcades in Seaside that had a merry-go-round. One was a casino arcade, the other was a Carousel arcade. Carousel was the biggest. And I had worked for him some years fixing machines there as a mechanic, and I had bought machines from him, and I got paid from him in machines. So now he was gracious enough to let me put my machines in there on a percentage basis, and I also worked part week as his mechanic fixing games. So that was the summer of '83. Was it '83? Now let me think about that. That would have been the summer of '84. That was the summer of '84, because '83 was the fire in December. So this was '84. So the summer of '84, I was working at the Carousel arcade. And after the summer, I said, well, what am I going to do? And I had applied down at Walt Disney World. And I wasn't down at Disney World. I wrote him a letter. And I said, I would like to work there. And I had experience with the arcades or whatever. And I got a phone call, and they wanted me. And I had to go down there. And they said, you have to be down here in order to be considered for the job. They were hiring me as an arcade mechanic for their arcade maintenance department. And it was perfect for me because it would be taking care of the retro games at the Penny Arcade on Main Street, and the games that they had in the Contemporary Fiesta Fun Center and the Polynesian Village Resort. So we went down and we bought a small house as close to Disney property as you could be. It was over by SeaWorld. Everything else was undeveloped between there and Disney. And I saw the man at the professional staffing. It wasn't regular casting, it was professional staffing because of the knowledge and the expertise in it. And I was hired to replace a man who was going to retire. So they said they didn't know exactly when he was going to retire, but he's going to be retiring very soon. So they said I could either, sit back and wait and they'll call me, or they could put me in another job temporarily and then I'll be transferred over. So I said, well, I mean, I'm not the type to just sit back and do nothing. So I says, put me in another job. So they placed me in Main Street operations at the Magic Kingdom. And their thinking was that Main Street operations had control over the Penny Arcade. That was their logic. Well, Main Street operations also controlled everything else on Main Street. We controlled the Penny Arcade. We controlled the Main Street Cinema. the Walt Disney Story. All the shows and the parades and any events that went on Main Street was all controlled by Main Street operations. Also, the steam train department, although it's a separate department, is actually a sister department from Main Street operations. So they placed me on Main Street, and I was there. And you know what? I had a ball because I loved going to Disney World. And Main Street was the perfect place to be in the heart of everything that is Walt Disney World. To be on Main Street, you're in the heart and the soul of everything, the magic of the Magic Kingdom, right there.
And you got to see the curtain pulled back and see how things happen behind the scene.
I got to see it all, and I'll be honest with you, it was very discerning at first, culture shock, because I was a guest all the years. I'm used to the royal white glove guest treatment.
And then you're eating in the basement.
And well, now I am a cast member and behind the curtain. And I remember I was there 3 days, and they called you up for a 3-day review to talk to you and see, how you are. Is there any problems? Do you like the job? And blah, blah, blah. And they said, do I have any comments or anything like that? I says, well, yeah. I says, I find it unusual, having been a guest and knowing the high standards, to see the difference the way the cast members were. It was shocking. And they looked at me like, what do you mean? I said, well, I'll use the patio break room for an example. It was an area behind the Plaza restaurant and the Plaza Terrace. At the backside, they used the shared kitchen with the Plaza Terrace. And it was an employee break room. You could get some food that they would serve in those restaurants through the window, but they had vending machines. There was an informal break room, some tables. It wasn't relatively large, but you certainly could have 50, 60 people in there. And I couldn't find a clean table to put my hat down anywhere in there. They were always coffee stains or food stains or something on these tables. And I'm sitting there, and I really don't even want to lean on the table or put my hat down, and there's no way to do it. And I said, how can you expect the cast members to keep the guest areas immaculate and clean when they don't do it in their own area? It was kind of a double standard. It was a culture shock. And, to say anything like that at Disney World, it's like, shocking. You don't dare say that. And the mouths were hanging open. So they always had to have some kind of corporate answer for everything. It could never just be said. They had to have an answer. And the answer came several weeks later in the form of a big, beautiful, 6-foot-tall, plastic carved, painted, etched sign with the castle on the top and, the scrolling and the bordering. Beautiful sign. And they hung it in the patio break room. And it was a lot of wording. And it said, whether your table is clean or not depends upon the person who sat there before you. Please think of the person who sits there after you and clean up after you leave. And I looked at the sign, and I knew that sign was 100% because of me.
For sure.
And I was just baffled that they would go to the extreme of making the sign and going through the channels of having the sign made and a policy and hanging on the wall, when all you needed to do was hire a cast member to clean the tables in the employee break room the same as you do for the guest areas.
Or whoever was cleaning upstairs, the regular areas then would clean.
Well, they were probably busy.
Cast areas.
But it's about a year or so later, they hired somebody. And his name was Felix. I remember. I wasn't particularly a friend with him, but I remember him because he was handicapped. He couldn't walk well, and he kind of hobbled along, and he had his pan and his broom and on his belt. He had the rags and the squirt bottle. And Felix cleaned the tables at the patio break room, and I kind of felt proud that I made a job for somebody, but I also felt bad that he was put back there because they felt that he wasn't pleasant enough to look at with his handicap to be in a guest area.
We're getting a lot of questions here. Why don't we address a couple
Shoot
of
the
them? This one is
questions,
sort of related to Disney.
Shoot.
Pigeon Patrol Canada says, "What is the deal with your hat?" And then another person related to your hat, the at the KGB says, "How often do you wash your hat?" So go ahead, Randy.
Well, you know what? The hat only gets washed when it rains and I'm out in the rain. It doesn't get washed. All right. So, I mean, you might clean the inside brim or something from, hair constantly being in it. But I mean, the outside part of the hat has never been washed, only gotten wet in the rain and then it dries out. The hat is from Main Street operations at Walt Disney World. This is what we wore. This was my Main Street hat. This was the official hat that if somebody wearing this hat on Main Street was doing something or whatever, this was like God. Okay. This is the Main Street hat. They don't even wear these hats anymore on Main Street. It's shocking to me to see. We were in a 3-piece suit, button-down shirt, tie, vest, gold Disney buttons with castles on them. The official hat. Now they wear currently maroon pants, which are often shorts, and a turquoise blue, like a smock shirt with no tie, short sleeves. They got a water bottle on their hip attached to their belt. And I look and I'm just astonished. And they have no power. They have no authority. There were 12 permanent people who were Main Street ops when I was there. And we had so much authority to think and make a decision on our own at the time. We were especially selected to be there because we were articulate, we were intelligent, that we were able to be trusted with running everything. Main Street, we were the beautiful people. We were the people that you met when you first came in. We were the people you met before you left. So we were selected to be those special people. We were the utopians living in utopia. It was a high honor to be Main Street operations. Now they have 100 people who are Main Street. 100, literally, I see 100. They're all over the place. And I look and I watch and I'm like, wow. They don't even know what's going on, half of them. They can't make a decision on their own. They have to follow whatever written protocol they were given without changes of directives. And I just look at that and I say to myself, how and why did things change? Well, I know why. Why was because society has changed. You can't get as many good, intelligent, perfect people as were in my day. They're just not available. So you have to adjust to it. The standards, what are we adjusting the camera now?
Yeah, just keep going.
The standards were lowered drastically in order to fill the positions of cast members. I'll tell a story. I tell this story to current cast members sometimes. They look at me in disbelief. When I was hired, I was 24 years old. I was 6'1" and I weighed 200 pounds. I was told by professional staffing that I had to lose 10 pounds by the time I checked in for orientation because the height weight guidelines for 6'1", you can't be over 190. 190 at 6'1", that's skinny. 6'1", you're not 190. From the time I left the casting office, I had 30 days before my orientation check-in. I ate nothing. I starved myself for 30 days. The first several days, I didn't even drink water. I did nothing. I eventually drank water mixed with a little orange juice for a little bit of nourishment. I ate no solid food for the first 2 weeks. The next 2 weeks, I allowed myself one thin slice of Swiss cheese. That was my big meal for the day. When the 30 days came and I checked in and I got on the scale, I lost my 10 pounds. I was 180 something. I certainly was going to lose those 10 pounds. I tell that story to cast members today, and they look at me and they say, "You starved yourself for a job?" And I answer, "I starved myself to be a cast member at Walt Disney World. And that meant something then."
Yeah, well, we don't want to. I mean, body shaming is not politically
Well,
correct
we're not
anymore.
body shaming. We're saying that they have
I mean, if
stringent guidelines.
if they did that today, there would be plenty of lawsuits for sure.
Well, I don't know. We were cast for a role. We were cast for a part. So you had to look the part.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're not models. This
We were.
Fiona Campbell asks, "What's your favorite retro song? Feel free to sing it." What's your favorite retro song? I know you listen.
No, I listen to all retro stuff. Everything's old that I listen to.
I think you like that song, music. You seem
Well,
to like that
kinda,
one a lot.
I'm not so great fond of that. Was that Patsy Brewer or something like that from the 50s? Since we're on the Disney subject, I'll tell you an old Disney song that I really liked.
Oh.
When they had the original Carousel of Progress. The Carousel of Progress was in the World's Fair in 1964. They took it out in 65. It went to Disneyland. Walt Disney World, when they first opened in 71, October, they didn't have a Carousel of Progress. Tomorrowland was only America the Beautiful and Flight to the Moon. Before Mission to Mars, it was Flight to the Moon. It's all that Tomorrowland was. Eventually, they added, if you had wings, and the Carousel of Progress. And the Carousel of Progress, when it opened, probably around 73. I know they're all checking now on Google. Was it 73? I'm guessing 73. Might have been 74. I think it was 73. They had a different song than they used at the World's Fair or Disney World. And it was called "Now is the Time, Now is the Best Time." And it went, "Now is the time, now is the best time, now is the best time of your life. Life is a prize, live every minute. Open your eyes and watch how you win it. Yesterday's memories may sparkle and glee. Tomorrow is still but a dream. Boop, boop, boop. Right here and now, you've got it made. The world's forward marching and you're in the parade. Now is the time, now is the best time. Be it a time of joy or strife. There's so much to cheer for. Be glad you're here for. It's the best time of your life."
Bravo. And that is my favorite version
Isn't
of
that
the
the best
Carousel
version?
of Progress.
Yeah, so you knew it. But,
Yeah.
then they changed it
Back.
30 years ago. They changed it back to the original, which isn't the original to me, because I only knew it by "Now is the Time." And now it's a great, big, beautiful tomorrow. I mean, it's a nice song, but it's not the same because I
Yeah.
like the other one.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. This man asked, Devil's Dare, what is your oldest game, Randy, that you have? I guess it wouldn't be those Fascination tables. You have older games than that.
Well, the Chester Poland football, that's 100 years old. Fascination, the prototypes are almost 100 years old. The band organ, which I made coin operated, so I guess you could call it a game, that's 100 years old. That was 1927. So, games in that period of time, when you're going back 100 years, they weren't really that fun. They didn't have a lot of technology to make games fun. I mean, in the 20s, they were turning handles and mutoscopes, watching the cards that flipped to make movies. That was penny arcade games. And that was 100 years ago. And in the 20s, they invented Fascination, an interactive, interlinked game. It was like crazy, so advanced for its time, which is why it's so amazing. So aside from any individual machines that might be, just a few years older, Fascination has to win because Fascination is my favorite game, period.
And getting back to Fascination, that is what brought you back to New Jersey from working in Walt Disney World. And
That's how it connects. That you remember everything about me. Gee whiz, he's like an encyclopedia. Nothing
Well, I
was fun.
read all 3 of your books, but we
I
shot 200 of these
I
episodes.
never would have left Disney World. I would have been there forever. I loved being there. They loved me. And then Main Street was the area for advancement, big time. The guy who I drove the omnibus with that time, Joe, he went to Tokyo when they were doing Tokyo Disneyland. He became a vice president of Tokyo Disneyland. He went to Euro Disney, became the COO. He went to Shanghai Disney. He was the president of Shanghai Disney. Now he's in charge of the cruise lines. What would Randy have been if Randy had stayed all those years? I don't know. I wouldn't have gone to Tokyo. So I don't know. I had a family that was here. I couldn't have done that. So, but I would have had advancement. And the only thing that took me away was I was offered the opportunity to buy Lucky's Fascination in Seaside, to buy out the man who threw me out when I was a kid. You can't not do that. You must do that. That path was placed before me for a purpose, for a reason. And that's what took me away from Disney World. But I kept a status. I kept a status where I was inactive, temporary, that I could go back during holiday seasons if they needed help. So I would work Fascination during the spring, summer, and fall, and I'd go down to Florida for Christmas time, and I'd go back on Main Street. I did that for several years. But what happened was, as time was passing, people were changing. There was changeover. People were leaving from Main Street. And here I am coming back when I was the last word and I was God. Now they don't know me and I'm the new kid on the block. So I'm like, wow, it's changed. And it wasn't as much fun because they didn't have as much power. And my mom and dad, who had me late in life, so they were always, not young, I had to rent a car just to go work to Disney World because I couldn't leave my parents without a car. So it was becoming a strain, and I couldn't spend the holidays with my parents because I was down there working. So after some years passed, I decided, it's time to spend the time with my parents. So I became inactive at Walt Disney World. And I remained inactive for a long period of time. Oddly enough, this winter, when I was down there, I reactivated my status and I did some more work for him, for Disney. And it was difficult because a lot of things have changed in 40 years. So, interesting. I'm glad I did it, but certainly different than when I was there on the thing. I think I still have my back here in New Jersey.
There's a shot of you from this summer.
Yeah, you found it already? I was sent over to Animal Kingdom there.
I was very surprised when I, saw, the pictures of you working at Disney because you didn't tell me. And then
I wasn't allowed to. Switch back. My cast member ID current. So you can't zoom in too much on that.
He doesn't
but,
want.
But
there you are in the Animal Kingdom, in uniform once again. This time they didn't have you lose any weight, so that was good.
No, I wouldn't have been able to do it now. I'm heavier now than I ever was when I was 24. But Animal Kingdom was fun, and it was very educational for me to see what's going on. And I sent a whole list of recommendations to not only the area management, but also Josh D'Amaro's office. And
I'm sure they were thrilled about that.
I'm sure they were thrilled also, but I can tell you one thing. I know at least one of my suggestions was done. At least one.
Well, that's good. Still making a difference.
Of course.
But let's let's get back to Lucky's Fascination.
I wish I could go back to Lucky's Fascination.
That must have been really surreal to.
Can you imagine being able to walk in as the owner of the place
That
that
you got
you were
kicked out.
thrown out of and humiliated at when you were a kid, and only like 10 years prior?
Yeah, and
I mean, that's
here's another
amazing.
shot of you. But I
Young,
mean,
that's a young Randy.
but you're at the control booth that you used to look up to as a 13-year-old
exactly
boy.
right. That is my control booth that Tom Fry used to sit in and look down at me, and I used to look up to them like God, and now here I am.
And yeah, and there you are. Yeah, that was really neat. And of course, even after the rent became too expensive there, you did
Well, things changed. The rent certainly didn't stay the same. As soon as I walked in the door, my rent was double of what Ed Flormont was paying, and they were struggling to get by then. I did very well with Lucky's Fascination. I was the golden boy. I mean, I knew that place like the back of my hand. I started playing there the first year they opened. There were customers who were still coming to play that I played against when I was a kid, and they recognized me, and they were glad that I was on the other side of the tables because they knew they wouldn't win if I was playing.
And something we got to mention, something that you added to Lucky's Fascination is
Mr. Marvelous.
Mr. Marvelous. And now I think this is one of your greatest creations, and most impressive creations, because you had gotten sick in while working there, and
they carried me out.
They carried you out
on a stretcher.
and you know, they said, this is too stressful for you. You're going to have to find another profession. So you decided then one winter, well, I'm going to build something that can take over for me, you know, if I need to take a break and can run the game. Now, this is in the early 90s. And at this time, of course, they had animatronic shows. Disney had them, Chuck E. Cheese had them, but it's just an animatronic running on a tape, a pre-recorded song. You wanted to make a system that was going to activate the game, but not only activate the game, know what table won and how they won across, diagonal, whatever.
It reacted in real time to what was going on at the time with the game. The game was the key. It became a life form because it's a life form running the game. It wouldn't be able to respond to people going over talking to it. But because he was able to connect to all the circuits of the Fascination game, what was going on was all invaluable information that I was able to gather back to the control of Mr. Marvelous. So he knew what was going on with the game, and that means he knows what's going on with the people playing the game.
And keep in mind, even though computers were around at that time, you did this all electro. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You did it all electromechanical using, you know, the game ran on relays, and then you added relays to run this guy that could run the game and then know how many coupons to pay out as well based on how many people are playing the game.
Well, he also adjusted the bonus boards, and he would raise the levels of the payouts according to how many people playing. And he would adjust for player skills, how long people were playing, time of day, because we had specials scheduled at the top of the hour and on the bottom of the hour. And he'd know if we were coming up to it. And he would tell people, we're going to play this game one more, then we're going to play coverall. And they would tell people, we're going to play one more game in coverall. Okay, now we're going to start coverall. He'd change the price selections on the machines. He'd start the game. He'd switch it to coverall. I mean, he did everything that I could do. The only thing he wouldn't be able to do is say, hey, Steve won that game this time, because he wouldn't know Steve.
But he had a lot of phrases, which of course you recorded
my voice
on cart, but you had to have tons of 8-track players for every line. Like if he wanted to say table, would he say table?
He wouldn't say table numbers.
Okay, so he wouldn't say that, but would he say how they won, like up and down?
You know, Fascination operators that are professional don't say table numbers because people get to hear the same numbers all the time. And also because there's a lot of machines, and in Lucky's there were 50 machines. If you hear table 51, psychologically you think there's 50 people playing against you. So even though the tables had numbers, you did not announce the numbers. And in Wildwood, Walter made the tables without any visible numbers for that reason. and it would be that guy over there got it, or down yonder. And that's the way it was.
Yeah, now that I think about it, when you're calling Fascination, you would never say a table number. So what would Mr. Marvelous say?
Hey, they got it that time on the up and down line.
But he would know. He would say,
you know what kind of line, or they got it on a gold line. That's going to pay him twice. The stoplight's out of 5. We're going to double it up. We're going to give you 10.
But every one of those phrases needed a separate player.
Separate play, and he would seam them together according to the reaction of what happened with the game.
And here you are with part of the control system for Mr. Marvelous, and I look at that and I'm like, my God! Not only did you have to wire that, but you had to figure out, I guess, on paper, how this was all going to interact with
and
the
work
game.
with each other. People find it hard to believe when they look at Fascination. It's not computerized at all. There is nothing that's computerized on Fascination except the coin credit mechanisms that I have on the tables in Wildwood. Even when I did coin credit systems in Seaside and they had a digital display, it was electromechanical. Go figure that one. It just had a digital display, but it was electromechanical driving it. But the ones here are little modules just for the credits. But the entire game is electromechanical relay based. And it is amazing because the wires are intricate, particularly when you start getting involved with intercommunications with different tables, which primitive Fascination tables, they either win or they lose. They don't know how they win. My Fascination tables, which I upgraded with my systems, they not only know they win, they know how they win. And Mr. Marvelous would even be able to differentiate and tell you that not only that they won, but if it was a perfect game.
I believe it.
He could tell you if it was a perfect game because there was no other missed lights. He could tell you that.
But at that time in the early 90s, there was no animatronic running a game like this that could automatically run a game.
I don't think there is anymore today. There is nothing that reacts.
But now it wouldn't be as impressive because of computer controls, which could easily do it. But at that time, I think you were really ahead of your time on this one.
No question. And that kind of amazed a reporter who came in from the Asbury Park Press one year. He came in to talk about ice cream because we had the ice cream stand in the front, and it was called Svensson's Ice Cream. And he was asking me, what's the difference between soft serve ice cream and frozen custard? Well, the answer is that frozen custard has egg in it. Now, Coors says it's frozen custard, but I doubt that it has egg in it. So I don't know. They have their own formula. Maybe it has some egg in it to make it custard, but it's technically not custard if it doesn't have egg in it. So we were discussing the ice cream, and in order to talk to the reporter while Fascination was going on, I turned on Mr. Marvelous so he could run the game and I could talk to the reporter. And that killed the ice cream story because the reporter then wanted to know all about Mr. Marvelous.
And that picture was from that newspaper article.
Was it really?
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, they did 3 years in a row. It was cover story. When I first did it, and then when I lost the lease, and then when I reemerged in Wildwood, they followed me 3 years in a row.
Here is our episode. This is episode 23 on Mr. Marvelous.
23, huh?
He is not activated. He is not controlled.
Episode 23 is on
at
Mr.
this
Marvelous.
point. So he's hanging his head. Will he stand
And he's
up?
in the upper floor of your.
He's very heavy.
Randy Land.
You can make him stand, make his head come up.
But he's still in pretty good shape.
I'm not going to force his eyes open because they run on
But it would be a lot of work to rewire him into any
the
system.
problem with rewiring it is it would have to be wired with the Fascination game. He's not going to work without the Fascination game. So I have to set up the Fascination game and then wire him into it. And it has to be the Fascination game from Seaside because that was built to work with Mr. Marvelous. It's not going to work with the Olympic tables. It's not going to work with the antique tables from Nantasket or Kennywood or Hershey or Dorney. It can only work with the Seaside tables.
This is when you were trying to pitch that idea to Walt Disney World. So
they missed the boat on that. Boy.
You reprogrammed a show, but this is how he would operate at that time. Let's take a look at a couple of these episodes that we did. I think the one we really
Trying to read these questions over here. Can you read them?
Someone asked, "What do you think of roller bingo?"
yeah, somebody I did see that. What do you think of roll bingo?
Well,
No,
you
I
know-
know you've never been in there. No,
I've never been in it. I've never played it. I've seen some video. Without people knowing the full background story, it's difficult for them to understand. But the concept of roller bingo came completely for the purposes of spite. When I purchased Olympic Fascination, when they closed and I got the tables, the prior owners were very angry at me for getting the tables. I thought they would have been thrilled at me for getting the tables to preserve the tables because it's their legacy. And that's the way I run it, as I bill it as tributes and traditions, a tribute to the place that was and the legacy that it was for 50 years. But they didn't look at it that way. They were angry at me. And to spite me, they contacted the company that had purchased the Fascination company and tried to talk them into making new Fascination tables for them to put in there to fix my wagon. And they convinced the guy to create a new version of Fascination, which he spent a lot of money to do research and development on, and he had the machines made. I think they were made in China. I'm not sure. That's what I'd heard. And to put it in, and he called it roller bingo. Well, you know, even the spite haters had to admit to me that the game falls short of being Fascination. It doesn't have the right feel to it. I think, just from what I'm seeing, that if you don't know what Fascination is and you play it, I think it's okay. I don't think it's horrible. It is not Fascination. It's different. The feel is different, and the way it's run is different. So I don't think it's a bad game. I think it's fine. I don't think there's a great market for it because there's not a great market for Fascination today. I mean, Fascinations, there's only 5 left in the country. Just because you start making new Fascination games, if I made an actual Fascination game, doesn't mean Fascination is going to start popping up in all the amusement parks. It's not a game that is a viable game in today for making money as a business. The older ones exist because of different purposes, different reasons that they continue. Me, I continue because it's what I've done all my life. But for somebody to go into the business to try to get a new system, an updated system that they think is more modern, it's a bad investment because you're trying to go into a business that's already proven not to be an economical success in today's culture. So I know the man. I've met the man who owns it and runs it. I get along with him. He's very nice. I feel sorry for him in the respect that he paid a lot of money to create that, to have it engineered and built. And he's basically a manufacturer is what he is. They make shooting galleries. And he did it to try to sell games across the country. I don't know how many were sold, probably a few around. I think there was one in Santa Monica that I saw a video on. It wasn't doing well in the video that I saw. I can't tell you the realities to it. I heard that an FEC, Family Amusement Center, had a 5 or 6 table setup just in their arcade, and I was told by that arcade that it was nothing but trouble and broken a lot, and that's probably because it was just a 5 or 6 setup and not somebody there running it. It's a little different. You can't just sit it there in the arcade and expect people to play it. It's not really what it's for. So I mean, I had heard that they had a sweetheart deal of a lease where it was on a percentage. So if it didn't make money, it really didn't matter because they were simply not going to pay a lot of money, in rent on it, which is great so that they're able to survive. But I'm sure when the lease is up, they'll probably change that deal, and probably then it won't be economical for them to be there. And I can't imagine that somebody's going to be in a business if it doesn't make money because they love it. I'm the only nut that does that. It's not that I make money with Fascination. As a matter of fact, I said to the man when I first saw him and he came in and I wished him luck, I said, if you did 10 times the business that I do here with Fascination, which you're not going to do, you're not going to do 10 times the business. But if you did, it still wouldn't be enough because I know the expenses involved and I know the labor intensiveness of it. So you have to take in serious money in order to make that business worthwhile, to make it viable. And I don't see it. I don't know what their numbers are. I don't go over there. I've never been over there. But from what I hear and what I've seen by walking by, I can't fathom being in that business paying rent and employees or anything of this nature. So it's a tough nut. It would be a tough nut if you put in a regular Fascination game rather than trying to be different. It would be a tough nut. And I think it would be tough anywhere you put it, not necessarily, on the boardwalk. But it was installed originally. The whole idea and the whole concept was done to spite me because I saved Olympic Fascination. It's an unusual story. If you knew the players who were involved with this, the people who were involved, you'd understand it even more. There was a lot of hatred to me because I was in the Fascination business. I mean, Walter, who ran Olympic for years, we were friendly when I was in Seaside. I would be proud when he would come up to my store in Seaside and I would show off to him the interventions that I did on the game because he was renowned for what he did on his game. But what I did was in a whole nother league, and I was proud as a bunny to show him the things because I knew electronically he would understand what I did. And knowing the game, he would understand even more how difficult it was. But when I lost my lease and I came down to Wildwood, I contacted my friend Walter, who at that time had separated from his longtime partner, Marty, who was the one who ran the game. Now Walter was going to run the game, and he had been struggling for a few years getting somebody to run it right because he himself didn't. And I called my friend Walter and said, does it make sense, since I lost my lease and I got to get another location, does it make sense that I buy in as a partner with your place? Because you need somebody to run it. You know that's what I do. He didn't want me. He said we were too much alike and that we would clash. And I told him, I said, I don't agree. I says, but it's certainly your decision. It's your place. But you do understand that I'm going to have to open a place. So don't be mad at me for opening my own. Well, he didn't want me to open in Wildwood, but there were really no choices because you can only go in certain areas in New Jersey to run a Fascination. And the other areas were not possibilities. So I had to come to Wildwood. And when I opened in Wildwood, he was angry. And I got the phone call when he found out I leased the building. He called me up at home in Middletown and he said, you're an invader in my town. You're a piece of shit. I'm going to pound on your head as much as possible and put you out of business as quickly as possible because I have to make a statement to the industry. So what kind of statement you got to make to the industry? That you're nuts? I mean, what's the difference? So nobody else gets the bright idea to come down and be a competitor to me. I said, I'm not your competitor. I'm coming down to run my own. You used to run two. Were you a competitor with yourself? I says, you run one now. I'm going to run another one. What's the difference? Your buddy Gil Ramagosa used to run one. There were three. But he knew I was a good operator, and he didn't want that. And I understand. I get it. Just like I didn't get mad with the guy when he wouldn't let me have the machines in Massachusetts. I get it. I understand. I put myself in other people's positions. I don't agree, but I get it. So I couldn't have been friendlier to him, but he ran a slander campaign on me for years. They were telling people in their complex, and their microphone went through the Fascination, the arcade, the games in the front. They were telling people, don't play down at his store. He runs a dishonest game. They're warning me, they're warning the people, the customers, oh, I'm such a horrible person. Well, people hear that and they think, I wonder what, it has to be true. He wouldn't be able to say it. Well, it wasn't true. And he's not allowed to say it. And it went on for several years. And eventually I had to start a lawsuit to stop it. And it went on in court for 4 years at least. And their lawyer would get it dismissed for technical stupidity, and then my lawyer would appeal, and it would be back on again. And this went all the way up to the state Supreme Court. And it became the precedent in the law books for defamation. It's cited with other people and other businesses as the example. 7-0 in the Supreme Court, I won, because you can't do that. The reason they were getting away with it was they were saying that because I have a business with a license to run games in the state of New Jersey, I'm considered a public figure. And the doctrine of actual malice applies. That means I have to show my actual damages to the court. And I was only suing for punitive damages. So since I can't show the court how many people didn't play because of what they did and how much money they would have spent if they did play, the court would have to dismiss the case. They actually said that to the Superior Court judge. They said to the judge, Your Honor, we admit we ran a campaign to slander him, to ruin his business and ruin his reputation. And we admit that the things we said weren't true. Well, that's the whole case right there. But then under the law, this doctrine of actual malice applies, and you have to dismiss the case. And they were dismissing the case. So when it got to the Supreme Court, the 7 justices said, is that what our laws were written for? So you can hide behind a technicality? What's the man supposed to do after you lie with absolute impunity, that you ruin his reputation, you ruin his business, he has no recourse, he can't sue you? Well, the court felt otherwise, and I won the case. Well, it gets a little more of the tangents afterwards, because in winning the case, all I won in the Supreme Court was the fact that they can't throw it out in the Superior Court. So you already told the judge in the Superior Court that you did it with intent, with purpose and knowledge, and it was lies. So what are you going to say? So the judge, they offered $15,000 to settle the case. I said, if you started at $50,000, you'd be starting at a number you could talk about with all the expenses that this has been with lawyers and filing fees. Well, they didn't want to pay that. The judge says to me, well, you're going to win the case, but sometimes a jury will award you $1 in punitive damages. And I said to the judge, sometimes $1 is worth more than $15,000. So let's go to court. But see, I'm a soft heart. I've always been. It's my downfall. So I went home that night. And I remembered I was his friend. I played in his store. I remembered him coming up to Seaside, how happy I was. I remember coming down to Wildwood and sitting in his van for 8 hours through the middle of the night talking about old stories. Fascination. So I called my lawyer and I says, look, they want to settle the case for $15,000. Tell them I'll settle the case for $15,000, but I want ownership of his Fascination tables. And I'll lease them back to him for $1 a year. But when they're done, I'm going to come and I'm going to save the tables because I want to preserve them, because that's what I do. The lawyers felt that was a wonderful offer. But in the interim, with the years that went by with court, they sold the business. They owned the property. They sold the business to Sean and EJ, the Doherty boys, who had worked for them when they were kids. And Walter said, we want to buy back the tables. You'll still be able to use them, but we want to buy back the tables so we can make this settlement. And Sean and EJ said, we'll give you the tables, but you got to lower the rent. You're killing us with the rent. He was charging way too much money. So he wouldn't lower the rent. There was no agreement with that. They wouldn't give him the tables. So now they used it against me. They said because I made the offer with the tables, he can't give me the tables. There's some thing in law that if he can't perform, that he was able to have an alternative. So they offered me $20,000 without the tables because the tables were depreciated and old and they're not worth anything. So the judge says, how long you need to get the $20,000 together? They said, 10 days. The judge says, you have 2 weeks. The case is settled for $20,000. They said, Your Honor, you don't have to give him only 2 weeks. You can give him 2,000 years. I'm not going to agree to that. That's not the same thing. The tables had a sentimental value to me. I wanted to preserve them. That's why I made the offer. So the judge said, if you don't take the offer, the case is decided against you with prejudice. You get nothing. I said, so I'm forced to take a settlement? I never heard of that. So we appealed that again to the Supreme Court, but the Supreme Court only hears selectively cases they want to hear, and it's a very small percentage. So they simply didn't hear the case. There was no recourse. The money gets sent to the lawyers grab all the money, and I got nothing.
The lawyers always win.
Well,
Randy,
the
in
lawyers
end.
always win. But you know what? To finish the thought, a couple years later, the Dohertys sold out to Steve and Jared, were the last guys who ran it for 3 years. And they struggled with it. The rent was too high. They had just paid money to buy it. The lease ended, and they wanted to stay. And they said to Walter, lower the rent $50,000 so we can at least break even, so we can try to build this business up. He wouldn't do it. He said, if you're not making the rent, it's your fault. Leave. So they had no recourse, and they went out of business. That's what happened to Olympic Fascination. And they had an auction. And everything was sold. And I was there. And I wasn't going to bid on the Fascination because I figured Walter, who's a multimillionaire, has way more money than I, owns the property. He's going to buy it. He's going to buy everything. And then he's going to release it as a turnkey operation, as he should. He wasn't going to bid. It wasn't like they said going, gone. This went on a half an hour. There's one bid from the four. He's not going to bid. I went over to him. I says, Walter, are you going to let this happen? His wife yells at me, he doesn't need this anymore. I said, this was his life. Why wouldn't he buy it? It's not the money. You have the money. He said, well, if I wanted to do it again, I could build a new Fascination. I says, you're not going to build a new one for what they're selling it for. And it's here. It's set up. People know these machines for 50 years. I says, Walter, bid. I got him to make a bid. He made one bid. The other guy outbid him. He wouldn't bid anymore. It was sold. I had tears in my eyes. I said, I'm more upset than you. He said, it bothers me when we let it show. It was sold. The story was it was sold to some guy in Maryland or something like that. He was going to move it down to Maryland. And I said to myself, that's going to be the end of the Fascination game, because when somebody tries to run it and finds out what's involved and they can't do it right and they don't make any money, it's going to be gone. It's going to be destroyed. And I wanted to preserve it. So I had bought a few other things there, and we all had a short period of time to get them out. And while we were moving stuff out, somebody defaulted on something, and they offered it to people. I think it was the double cranes, a couple things. They ended up coming to me and saying the Fascination was available again. Do I want it? And I said, yes, I'll buy it. So I bought it. And I was so naive that I seriously said to myself, wait till Marty and Walter find out I saved the Fascination from going God knows where and being destroyed. But instead, they were mad. Mad that I bought it. And the result of that anger and me resurrecting it was the fact that they got this guy to spite me as a competitor to try to hurt my business. So it's a long story. You asked
That
for
was
it.
the answer to the question, what do you think of roller bingo?
That was the answer.
See, no, I would have just said.
Well, you can't just
I
say.
would've-
You have
but
to.
we did an episode about Olympic Fascination, and you told
But
that story.
in this question, you have to understand
See,
it.
no, I would have said, I played it. Now, I know you haven't played it. I played it. The problem with the roller bingo is it's just too flimsy. I mean, it's a modern plastic machine, and the table itself is made out of thin plastic, and
Well,
it just doesn't have the right feel.
They did that because they wanted it to illuminate with LED lighting from beneath.
Yeah, I know the lights lighting up are not accurate. I mean, it's just not a good feel when you play it. And Marty Shapiro, who recently passed, had also played it, and he didn't like it at all.
Did he play it?
Yeah, he told me about it when he
Wow.
played it. He hated it. He said it doesn't feel right. It doesn't play right. And that's the way I felt about it. And
I can see that.
I know a lot of people like fancy LEDs, but there's a lot of times it's not just that.
This is the surface value of stuff. You see some flashy lights, and that's the glitz of modern society. They're attracted to it, but the substance isn't the same as the old ways. And again, I'm giving it the benefit of the doubt. I think the game is decent enough that you could play it, but if you're a big time player that you're going to play a lot, particularly if you used to play Fascination, you know what it is, it's not going to satisfy you because it's not Fascination. And I'm not trying to, I'm trying to actually talk up his game.
Yeah, you're being very diplomatic.
Because
and that's nice
I think it was very great that he even tried it, but he wasn't in the Fascination business. I've been in the business all my life. I would have known what to do differently on it. The game is completely computerized in solid state. I don't think it's going to have the longevity to survive 40, 50 years. Like my boards just don't last that long. And then if you can't get the replacement boards or the software, which the company will be out of business, what do you have? You have trash. So
and those LEDs don't last long. Next thing you know, those will be burning out, and it's a problem.
It's sad. It's sad, but I wish him the best, and I certainly hope that he makes money with it on it. And has it had an effect on my game? Yeah, it would have some effect because there's always a degree of people who'll go try something new. And if they spend $10 over there that they didn't spend over by me, that's $10. So it will have an effect. But is it going to change my life? No.
Let's change the topic here.
Okay,
this is
what's the next question?
I saw some people ask about this, and I'm going to show part of the episode. This is the birthday cake episode.
Oh, they're going to talk about my birthday cakes?
Because a lot of times when we're looking for ideas to do episodes, it's, I'm walking through one of your buildings, and then I say, Randy, what is that? And then, up in your Woolworth building on the second floor, you have a ton of birthday cakes. And I'm like, Randy, and you just sort of like, you know what? Doesn't everybody keep all their birthday cakes? So let's just take a look at a little of this episode.
Why wouldn't they?
So you will see on the table that we have some of the Randy's birthday cake collection that is still sitting here from birthdays gone by. Now you'll notice that some birthdays were more cake eaten than other birthdays. Like the top one on the right there's really only one large piece of cake that's left. So that was saved. Okay, the one below that has probably double that size. But here you have birthday cakes that are almost in their entirety. So we saved a good portion. And of course, if you got on the top, you could probably read, it's probably blurred with the expansion of color from the icing, but it would say happy birthday, Randy.
Okay, so first of all, the big question I have with this is you were on Hoarders 3 times. 3
times I did Hoarders.
3 times you were on Hoarders. 2 recap videos, and then the original one, which was probably
2011, I think, was the
2011. Now,
Boy,
when they were in there
14 years ago,
because I've seen the episode, they didn't show the birthday cakes. How did they not see the birthday cakes?
They did.
I don't think so. I don't remember. I know they had your hair and the mannequins.
We definitely talked about the birthday cakes.
And that was in the episode?
Listen.
I don't remember the birthday cakes.
Over time, episodes get edited for time. So for whatever purposes, they have extra commercials or something like this. Some versions might not show the birthday cakes, but in other versions, it does on it. When I did the original version, we definitely talked about the birthday cakes. We talked about the hair. I know when we did the first update episode, which was 3 years afterwards, that was, I think, the best episode because they used a lot of the original episode and they gave me an extra 8 minutes of airtime, which is a lot in TV world, an extra 8 minutes, bang. And it was all new footage. And they definitely had that in there. I remember seeing it. And now since then they've edited it here and there for time constraints, and maybe that got cut because it was a smaller section or something like that. I don't know. But if you look back at enough of the older versions, it's definitely there.
Now, a lot of people don't think you're a hoarder, that you're just a collector. And of course, when you did those episodes, you didn't let them throw anything away. And usually on those episodes, they come in with a dumpster and they unload a lot of stuff. Although you've told me some things. I know 2 Halloweens ago, you bought a ton of animatronics from Spirit Halloween.
Yeah.
And then going into this Halloween, I was like, "Are you going to buy more?" And you're like,
I said,
"No,
I'm not buying
you said
anymore.
no, I'm not going to buy any more of those. I tried it. I was thinking if it would bring in more business to the arcade. If I
Cost
put
me a
them
lot
up.
of money. It didn't bring extra business.
That's what you told me.
And a lot
And
of
then
work.
I came down a little closer to Halloween, and sure enough, you had another like 6 new animatronics.
I
and
saw some and I liked them.
and I said, you said you weren't going to do it. And then you told me, I think it is a sickness, is what you said. You said, I think it's a sickness because I can't, stop myself from buying them,
Well, I
even
didn't say
though
I can't stop myself from
you
buying
said,
them. I
even
said
though
I liked them and I bought
yeah,
them.
but even though you knew you shouldn't have bought them.
Yeah, well, I knew I shouldn't have bought them. I didn't need them. What was I going to do with them? Was a lot
But
of
I
work.
mean,
But
a lot of
liked them.
times you're buying things that you don't even set up, like those giant abominable snowman thing that you got at Lowe's.
Oh, I never set it up. I go through stuff. I move stuff sometimes. I find boxes and boxes sealed and unopened, and I don't even know what's in it because I bought something years ago and I never even opened it.
But what's controlling you to buy something that you're not going to even set up, that it's just going to go right away into storage?
Someday.
But at this point that you need to be scaling down.
Well, now we're getting a little bit of different here, okay? Because now I'm starting to consider mortality. But up until this point, that was never a consideration. It was always for the goal and the purpose of my giant amusement center. Giant. Super Walmart sized, where everything could have a purpose and need. I would buy parts constantly when they would come up because I'd say, I know I have a machine that I could use that in someday, and I might need that part someday, and I'd buy it. I didn't need it now, but someday. But now, some days might not exist.
But
I don't know if I have another year.
But you're still buying things.
Not as much.
You're still buying.
Yes,
and then,
still
and
buy
then I
stuff.
see things like, you have. Like,
I'm not dead.
You have 5 cases of ragu spaghetti sauce in your Woolworth building.
Well, that's true.
That has expired
It's
long
expired
ago.
Long ago.
Well, what's stopping you from throwing that away? Because you'll never eat that.
Well, it's souvenir ragu. I mean, it tells a story. Everything tells a story. How many people have cases of ragu from 15 years ago? So this could be a display where you tell the story how you bought all this ragu and you never got to eat it. Now, even right here, we're telling a story about the ragu. If I didn't have those cases of ragu that expired 15 years ago, we wouldn't be talking about this story right now.
I
You
suppose.
see?
Now, talking about reality shows, your third book was So You Want to Be on Reality TV.
Well, you've got to say it with the proper
Go ahead. You say it.
enthusiasm. So you want to be on reality TV.
This was your third book, and I did read this one. This one is more of a transcript of phone calls you did with a production company when they wanted to have you on American Pickers, which is a History Channel show where at that time, 2 guys would go around to different states looking to pick antiques and resell them in their business. And of course, a lot of it's fictional, fabricated stuff. I mean, it was based on a guy that really did that, but then, it became more of a reality show than anything. So this was after you had done Hoarders. And I don't think a lot of people know that you were almost on American Pickers.
I was.
You were almost on, and that's what this book is about. And it's very interesting because you talk about the whole process of them contacting you.
This is the Bible for somebody who's even considering going on reality TV. You need to read this book. Why is that so? Well, I'll tell you something. You don't hear anything about people who go on reality TV. You know why? They're not allowed to talk about it. It's a gag order in their contracts. Almost all have this gag order. Hoarders had the gag order too. You're not allowed to talk about it. Wouldn't be able to have any of this conversation. Well, my life is an open book. I mean, I'm talking here, how many hours already? 2-3 hours? I tell everything about my life and my experiences because it's who I am. And I share my life and experiences. So I'm certainly not going to do a TV show and not be able to talk about it. How absurd would that be? What am I doing the show for? So I said with Hoarders, I'm not going to do the show. I'm not going to sign that I can't talk about my life experiences. Well, they said, well, we have to keep the secrets of an episode a secret till the episode airs. I says, I get that. I'll agree not to talk about it till the episode airs. They agreed to that. I also was told later I'm the only person they agreed that to. So I'm the only one that can talk about it, at least to the best of my knowledge. So I'm not unfamiliar with it. So when American Pickers came along, I already had some experience. I went through it with Hoarders, not just that section, but dealing with the production company. And it starts with a casting, and then you get to the associate producers, and you work your way up in the thing. And it's phone calls, it's emails. They'll send somebody down to meet you and look your place over and scouting around. And I mean, Matt Paxton came out himself when we were talking about doing Hoarders on the thing with Pickers. They sent 2 other people. They didn't send Frank and Al on it.
Frank and Mike.
Is it Mike?
Yeah.
Oh, Al, Mike, whatever. I don't know. You know that guy. Well, anyway, 1 month I was dealing with the production company for Hoarders. 1 month. Emails, phone calls. They sent down a scout and an appraiser to look over my stuff. Why do they do this? Because they want to do research. And then when Mike and Frank come down, suddenly they know about stuff. Oh, well, I know about this. This is such and such history, blah, blah, blah. How many were made? Because they know it? No, because they have 100 people working in a big production company who's doing research. Okay, I have no objection to that. Then I get the phone call. Congratulations, you're going to be on the show. We're coming down Wednesday morning. You got to write down the director's number because you're going to have to call them in the morning.
And you haven't even signed anything, and they're already sending them down.
I says, wait, you're coming down this Wednesday? In 5 days, you're coming down on Wednesday? I says, why? I says, I have plans on Wednesday. I says, now I got to do a lot of changing and juggling this. I says, look, I says, you're coming down on Wednesday. Where's the contracts? I know there's an appearance agreement and a location agreement that I'm going to have to sign. I need to see the contracts so we can go over them to make sure that no changes have to be made. Oh, we'll bring that when we come. You'll bring that when you come. Knock, knock. Here we are. Sign the papers. What are you kidding? Who does this? Who does this? So I told him, I says, look, I have to see the papers to make sure there's no problems. I'm already under contract with A&E from Hoarders. I have to make sure there's no conflicts. I said, send the copies so I can go over them. Day goes by, I don't see anything. Another day goes by, I don't see anything. Now they're 3 days from coming. Finally, they send the papers on the email. Very short, much shorter than Hoarders was. Every word rotten. Every word for them, but nothing for you. Now, again, it goes back to what I said about my dad and honor and integrity, being a lawyer. When you have an agreement with somebody, it's a give and a take. It's supposed to be fair for both sides. There's supposed to be something in it for everybody, so everybody's happy and it's a happy agreement. All this stuff, I got restrictions, I got rules, and this and the other, all this stuff for their protection, nothing for me. And I said to them, how much am I being paid to try to justify this? Oh, we don't pay anybody anything to be on the show. I said, you don't pay anybody to be on the show. I says, I was paid to be on Hoarders. I says, so why am I doing the show? You're not going to pay me to be on the show. I got to sign my life away here. You own me, but I don't get paid anything. Well, they might buy something. I said, what makes you think I'm going to sell them anything?
And you know they're going to lowball.
Well, they're going to come over. They're going to buy something. And they're going to try to offer you less than it's worth. So at the end of the show, they can say, well, I bought this rare antique for $500 and I'm going to sell it for $3,500. Ka-ching! Profit $3,000. Well, doesn't that make them pretty smart? And what does that make me? The idiot who sold it for $500. So I said, let's get past the pay for a minute. The contract is subject to the laws of Canada. I said, you don't have an attorney in the United States? I says, is this American pickers or Canadian pickers? Do you do anybody on your show at all in Canada? Well, our production company, our main office is in Canada. I says, you, the producers, are sitting in Rockefeller Center right now in the Avenue of Americas in New York. You don't have a New York lawyer. I got to go to Canada if something goes wrong. Well, this is done for purpose because the laws in Canada are obviously more favorable for them. Okay. They own your likeness. They own your image. They own your voice. They can add to, take away from, in any way they like. Without any permission, I have to sign away from moral objection, defamation, before it ever happens. They own you. They could make you look like a monster by editing it. They could make what is this? Now, remember something. Hoarders, although they have the host was Matt Paxton, the Hoarders show is about the hoarder. They are the subject of the show. It's about them. Now, they're going to be the big shot because they're the host and this, that, and the other. But Pickers is about Mike and Frank going around trying to find deals. You are only the insignificant boob who they're going to buy something for less than it's worth. So it's not a show about me. It's a show about them. And I'm not even being paid to do it. Oh, then they can shoot anything they want in my place. That's the location agreement. But if they film something that violates somebody else's copyrights, trademarks, or third-party agreements, I'm liable. I don't get to see what you shot. I don't get to see anything until the show airs. I don't even know what you shot. I can't say, no, don't shoot that, because you can shoot anything. But if you violated somebody's copyrights, trademarks, or third-party agreements, I'm liable, and I guess I can go to Canada. Really?
Now, you fought with them, and you got them to take out all of that stuff except the one word. What was the one word in the contract that they...
Incidentally.
Incidentally.
It came down to the gag order. You're not allowed to talk about having been on this show.
You could talk about it incidentally.
No. This went on, and then finally, the night before the shoot, they're down here in the offshore motel, just on the other side of the parkway on Rio Grande Avenue. It's since been sold. It's changed its name. They're down here in an RV bus with 18 crew members. I'm supposed to see them at 8 o'clock in the morning, the next morning. And that night, I'm on the phone with the producers in New York and the lawyer in Canada. And they finally put the wording in the contract that I can talk about it after the show airs, but they added the word incidentally. You can incidentally talk about it after the show airs. I said, what does that even mean? How do you define that? Well, if somebody says they saw you on the show, you can say you were on the show, but you can't tell them anything about the show. I says, you have made this miserable for 1 month, right up until the shoot. I'm supposed to put on my happy TV space tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning when I'm half asleep to do a show that you don't want to pay me for.
I think they did finally agree to give you 500 for a location fee.
Yeah, location fee.
But they don't normally.
But
pay
I'm
anybody.
not allowed to talk about it. I says, here's the bottom line. The word incidentally comes out of the contract, or I'm not doing the shoot. It's just that simple. There's nothing to discuss. We can't take out the word incidentally without network approval. It'll take 2 weeks to hear back from the network lawyers. We spent $20,000 to bring down that crew. You can't back out on us now. I said, don't you dump that on me. As soon as you told me you're coming in 5 days, I says, where's the contracts? Nobody wants to send them. Then when you send them, nobody wants to talk about it. Then the night before the show, when I got to put on my smile face, I got to discuss contract negotiations with you. I says, and now you need 2 weeks to get network approval to take out the word incidentally. I says, I don't want somebody to get fired because they spent $20,000 to bring down a crew without a contract. You want to do a shoot tomorrow? We'll do the shoot tomorrow. But I'm not signing the contract until you get your network approval and you take out the word incidentally. Isn't that fair? You get the approval, you get the contract, you use the tapes. Otherwise, you throw the tape in the garbage. I think that's very fair. We can't shoot without a contract. Pack up your shit and go. Go. I'm done. Goodbye. Now I'm saying to myself, was I unreasonable? I'm pulling up the emails on the computer, reading the emails. I'm bending over backwards to make this work, agreeing to stuff I never should have agreed to. Then I'm saying to myself, average people go on these shows. Maybe something happens. You'll never know. They're not allowed to talk about it. Nobody has any idea. You can't look online and find out. Nobody talks about it because they all signed a gag order. So I wrote the book. I took all the emails we had over the month, put them in the book. The contracts, the revisions, right in the book. When they had their scout and their appraiser down, it was in the winter. My machines were turned off, but my cameras were on. Got it all on tape, had it transcribed like depositions, right in the book. I'm not allowed to talk about it. I guess I'm the only one who can, because I'm the only one who didn't sign the contracts. So I called my friends at Hoarders. I told them about it. They said, oh, they're never going to miss this. This is perfect for them. They're going to be on the phone with the network first thing in the morning. You're going to get a call by early afternoon, and they're going to agree to it. They're going to be down. That makes sense. Yeah. So I'm waiting. Nobody calls. Gets to be 3 o'clock. Nobody calls. I figured, well, I guess they're not coming. I get a phone call from a local guy down here. He went up to Fleming's Junkyard. It's about an hour up the road. They went to the junkyard. They had their crew. They had to go somewhere. So they called the junkyard. The junkyard's like, sure, come on up. What does he care? It's a junkyard. Oh, okay. So he calls me up. He says, man, they're talking shit about you. Who's talking about me? Mike and Frank, the hosts. They said, you're such an idiot. You're the only one in 5 seasons who refused to sign their contract, and they're not going to change their contract for you. He said, is that so? So I emailed the producers on Rockefeller Center, and I said, you don't want me to talk about it, and your hosts are over there in some junkyard talking about me? I said, why don't you have Mike and Frank call me so we can clear the air? Because they don't seem to understand it was the production company that made this impossible, not me. I didn't get a return email. Now I'm saying to myself, was I that unreasonable? That's when I wrote the book. I had it on Amazon in 2 weeks. I sent the lawyer in Canada and the producers in New York a signed autographed copy via certified mail, thanking them for making the book possible. They didn't even thank me for the free copies. Now, let me tell you something. I figured I'm done now. I'm going to be big Black Bull X. I mean, this is Fremantle Media. Okay, big Fremantle Media. I'm going to have the X on my life now. I'll never do TV again. Okay. 2 weeks later, I get a call from Inside Edition. They want to come down and do a story. I said to myself, don't tell me they found out about hoarders or found out about pickers. No, to my surprise, they wanted to come down and do a story about me in Randyland and how I'm not open and this and that. So I agreed to it. They came down. We did the story. I didn't have to sign anything. No appearance agreement, no papers. I signed nothing. Now, technically, they're a news show. But I didn't have to sign anything. You're doing a custom piece on me. I signed nothing. This is the real world. This is when you're not trying to have a noose around somebody's neck. The next year, I get a phone call from the director of tourism for Cape May County. I didn't even know we had a director of tourism for Cape May County. I get a phone call. Pickers has contacted them. They're coming down to the area and they would like to do the shoot with me. And it would be good for the county, for the publicity, and would I do it? And I told them, I'm very media friendly. I'd be very happy to do the shoot. But my position on their contract is unchanged, and you can tell them so. I didn't hear anything further. Oh, well. Another year passed. I didn't hear anything. A year after that, I get a visit at the arcade when I was over at the Boardwalk Mall. A man comes in. He's going to be on American Pickers. He's got some bar just over the bridge going out of North Wildwood. They want to come down. They want to buy some neon sign. And they asked him to ask me if I would be on the show. They can't even call you themselves. I says, did you sign your contracts yet? No, you didn't see any contracts yet. I says, let me give you a copy of my book. So I don't know if he did the show or not, but miraculously, they never came. They never came over by me. I don't know why. And I had a little fun with them too, because at that time, they were trying to promote a knockoff show called Kid Pickers. And they wanted to do a new where they're teaching children how to be pickers, going around and finding deals and, making the deal and making the money and this, that, and the other. And I wrote on the social media, wherever I saw it, I said, can you imagine anything so horrible? Teaching little children to go to grandma's house who gets the heirlooms down from the attic to give to the lovely little child so that they can keep it. And the kid goes, ka-ching, eBay. I don't think that show ever happened.
Well, Mike and Frank missed out. I mean, they should have just got
absolutely
rid of
missed
the incidentally in the contract, because they would have been salivating in that Woolworth building
They
with
would have
all
loved
the
it.
stuff that
But
was in
the
there, and it
problem
would have
with-
made for a very good episode.
Here's the problem. It's all about them. You understand? So if it was all about me, yes, they would love that. I was the highest rated episode for Hoarders, their best episode. They'll love that. That's why they came back and visited me twice for updates. It would have been a great episode for them. They would have done very well with it. But you know what? Ego, my friends, ego. They're not going to change their contract for me. They should have given me my own show. It's what they should have done. My Life on the Boardwalk. I think that's the best show ever. Can you imagine? Everyday reality TV of what goes on in my life, dealing with all the stuff I deal with and the people I deal with at the Boardwalk. Gold, priceless gold.
The problem is reality TV isn't real reality,
it's
and they
not.
want to change it, and that's the problem. You
Well,
want to sell
we
you want to sell real reality.
We saw a draft on that. There was a production company wanted to do just that. and they created characters that don't exist.
But all reality shows have a lot of that.
They
They're
do.
very fiction.
This is why it's not reality.
That's why you got to do it on YouTube, and you do your own thing.
Yeah.
Now,
but
before
YouTube, I don't make any money on YouTube.
yeah, we got to get the subscribe. We just hit 5,000 subscribers,
Well,
but
that
these
doesn't-
people out
that doesn't
there,
equate to much.
I was thinking by this time we would be up to 50,000,
Well,
maybe
people-
100,000
That's because
subscribers.
people should be promoting it.
Yeah, we got to get out there. Now,
It's
before
all
it
about
gets too
deals and
late-
swindling. You see that? It's all about deals and swindling. I
Yeah.
read a couple things earlier I was going to answer, but you were busy talking. Words are easier said than actions sometimes. Well, that's
Well, how about this one? Randy, what is your greatest achievement to date? What do you think is your greatest achievement? Asked by, what is that? Redo 1711. Nedo.
my greatest achievement will be to hear the words, "Well done, my good and faithful servant," spoken by God, to please God, to be his servant, his soldier in the things that I do, because none of which I could have done without God's hand and his purpose. This is the reason for me being here. Nothing could be better.
There you go. Now, before it gets too late, because it already is, a lot of people were asking about Mr. Peanut over there. Now, this is an item from your collection, and it wouldn't be right for us not to talk about an item from your collection. And we have Mr. Peanut over there, so people can comment whether they think Randy will be able to fit into this or not. But why don't you talk about this? Where did you get it? I saw somebody asking, is that an official one?
It is an official one. They had them for many, many decades. And I remember as a little Randy going to the Steel Pier in Atlantic City that the Mr. Peanuts were chipped because I guess they would get dropped on the floor or whatever. And the composite they were made out of was chipped off in areas, and you could see underneath. It wasn't a fiberglass, but there was some kind of mesh. So they have changed over the years. This one is plastic, so it's a more modern version of it, but I'm sure they haven't made these things in years. And I don't know if this one had life on Atlantic City's boardwalk. I bought it from somebody that had Ocean City connections, and they did have a Mr. Peanut on Ocean City's boardwalk, as they did in Wildwood. And I'm sure these things got moved around somewhat also. But it is an official Mr. Peanut. You can't just go out and buy a Mr. Peanut costume.
So he's gonna.
Are we going to try to put him on?
Yeah, it's just laying on that.
Oh, he's just like, you can't sit with a Mr. Peanut.
No, you're gonna have to stand.
I have to stand. All right, that means
We're gonna see if Randy can get this Mr. Peanut on
Oh, my legs are stiff. How long were we sitting there?
over 3 hours. Here, let's be careful of this.
Let it knock the water over.
Yeah.
That would be good. Okay. I don't know if your ceiling's high enough. I can't lift it up. You see, normally you would do this outside of the boardwalk. Now this is really tough. I can't hold it up over my head.
Oh, and Randy, we just got a $5 donation
Oh, wow. Thank you. That's very nice.
from Boozero.
Who?
Boozer 1. Boozer Run. He's getting into it. Look at him. You did it, Randy. That's pretty good. I bet he can't get out of it. The guy asks, any possibility of you getting back into doing a game show sort of thing with Fascination? I feel like I discovered this error a decade too late. That's the guy who gave the $5 donation. He asked that.
Well, here's a sitting Mr. Peanut. Can you hear me well enough with this?
Probably, yeah. So he wants to know if you'd get back into doing a game show sort of thing.
It would be very nice to. In the location I'm in right now, it probably wouldn't be feasible because I don't have the space that I had. Flipper's Fascination was a very dedicated Fascination. It was a whole store that was only Fascination. I had a lot of room for different stunts that came down from the ceiling, rose up from the floor, things that I rolled out from the back rooms. I don't have that in the location I'm in right now. So it would be tough. It would be tough.
I would love to have a bigger location where I could set all that up, and I think it would be a fantastic thing. And I tried to sell Disney on that idea years ago. It would have been great for the Disney MGM studios, but now it's Hollywood Studios, and I don't know if it would fit. But who knows? I'm not going to Universal though.
All right. McCat asks, how is Blackie doing? And for those that don't know, if you never see Randy on Facebook, Blackie is Randy's cat, was a stray that Randy took in as a pet. And, except for Blackie, you don't have any, you don't have any kids or a wife or anybody living with you. So it's just you and Blackie. So they want to know how Blackie's doing.
Blackie's doing fine. He's such a wonderful cat. He loves me to pieces. He sleeps with me most of the time. Sometimes he gets in a mood and goes sleep someplace else.
I'm showing some video.
Yeah,
I'm showing some video of him on top of you.
Such a dear sweetie. Now, Blackie's not a young cat. I don't know exactly how old he is. I fed Blackie outside for probably about 8 years, and he was not a kitten then. And I have him now 2 years. So he's probably 12 or more. And he's the last of 4 siblings. There were 3 black ones and a gray. They're all gone except for Blackie. And Blackie's very happy. I mean, Blackie almost died, which is why I took him in. I am allergic to fur animals, but I take pills and nasal sprays for allergies in order to have Blackie. And I'm getting used to him. I mean, I'm still clearing my throat a lot from allergies, but Blackie's worth it.
I think you would be pretty lonely without Blackie. I think he's pretty important in your life.
Well, Blackie's somebody to come home to, but I still have my machines.
Yeah, I know, but your machines don't talk back, and Blackie has his own way of showing his love, and you do a lot of videos with him, and I always like to see him in your videos.
Yeah. What other good questions you got, kid?
Yeah.
Can you imagine somebody tuning in right now and you're sitting here with Mr. Peanut? Doesn't everybody have a Mr. Peanut?
Let's go back to
I could never run Fascination with Mr. Peanut.
let's go back to another video. This one,
And
this one was about on
monitor
your Pac-Man.
I mounted my shirt inside the machine, and the monitor is laying on my shirt just like a hammock inside the Pac-Man
I
machine.
like this because, I said, why don't we do
it
one
has
on
been
your
like
Pac-Man
this
and Miss
for 2
Pac-Man
years.
machines? And, well, it's just Pac-Man.
Because I haven't gotten
And then
around to doing it any other way.
You
and
came
it's
out with a
absolutely
story
nothing wrong with
about
that.
you
It's perfectly
rigging it
fine.
up with your shirt in the machine, which is that's just typical Randy, because you just do whatever you need to do to make a game work, to get by. And I think that's funny.
I am the field mechanic. I'm also the design engineer for what I do, but I'm the field mechanic in operations, which means I have to make it work. Whatever I have to do to get it to work, that's what I have to do to get it to work. There's no time for a rebuild. There's no time for any kind of major redesigning or anything of this nature. It's make it work, because you got the season and you got to keep the machine on the floor as best as possible. Now, sometimes you're not successful. There's something it just can't be done. But if I can do something to make it work, I'll make it work. And that is called MacGyver.
Now, this one I think is one of your great achievements here. You rebuilt that water race, the Gorilla Water Race game, which was great. But then in the second season, you automated it. And I just want to show a little bit of this one from the automation.
You put your money in, and then all the lights go on. We get the bell ringing for all the individual lights, and then the game is going to start. So get ready.
So you use the change machine, you put a bill acceptor on it that will accept a $5 bill, and you run that in there, and then all of these turn on, and people can all race each other
I can play here.
for the $5
One
without an
person
attendant
pays,
having to be there.
Everybody wins.
And everybody is a winner because then it's just going to kick out tickets. And you decide what you want to do with those
I didn't get
tickets.
my
Do you
tickets.
give it to the winner, or
Oh my God.
do you split them up between all the people that played the game?
Oh,
And then those are tickets just like you get from Fascination, so you can go and redeem them for, your prizes. But everyone's a winner, and it's automated. I thought that was
the genius.
I
got
think
my
it really
tickets.
was ingenious, that whole setup on that.
Well, thank you. I mean, it's only fair the person who pays is the one who should get the tickets,
But they don't have to do it that way. I mean, they can
Well, they
just
don't have to. That's up to them.
yeah, you give them the option. Clever, very clever. And sometimes you just, you make me laugh. I want to show this one, which we shot not too long ago in one of your arcades that you never opened.
Oh, Dad loves these things. Oh, he would love to play. Who's stopping him from playing? Buy a ticket. That's what it's here for. They want to spend the money. They were there every day for a week because they were down for a week, and he was going to gawk and look at the thing. And I'm the big, okay, and always asking me, can I just go in? All right.
You're talking about
Guess
you had
what?
to pay
Last day
a
they
price
came,
place.
The old man comes with big field glasses around his neck. Binoculars.
Now you see the camera shaking because this is where
They're
I'm
heavy.
laughing.
He's wearing
Because
around his neck.
I'm thinking
He's
about a guy
standing there
coming
at the
into your
wall
arcade. He doesn't want
like
to pay
this
for the
with
price to
binoculars.
go into the game, so he comes in with binoculars.
It's absurd.
And I'm like, so I went by and I said to him, I says, what's with the binoculars? Oh, I want to see the machines close up. I said, why don't you just buy a ticket? Of course, they wouldn't buy the ticket. I mean, this is beyond comprehension of rationality. It's beyond absurd.
Yeah, but you know what? This is your life, and I see this a lot when I stop into your arcade. If I'm, stop in there to talk to you about something, or I'm playing in there, you see all these people, and you come up with little names for them, like the smile and point person that'll just come in and look at the games and smile at you, and then they'll walk right on out, and they don't play them. And a lot of times, people come up to you. I just saw the last time I was, in your arcade. A lady's like, oh, we used to be so good at Fascination. We played Fascination all the time. My daughter was the best. And you think, well, why don't you sit down and play it? You're in there. But they don't. Then they just walk right on out. Like, what are they doing? Why are they telling you that? Doesn't that drive you insane?
It's an absurdity. My life is filled with absurdities.
We're the Scrounge family. They go in and look for quarters under everything.
Yeah, you got a lot of the people.
You know what? There's been less Scrounge family with the new carpet because they can't see it.
And you hate collectors. And this is why, it's not even good to call you a collector, because the collectors come in and they want to tell you about, oh, I got this pinball machine at home and it's in mint condition. Or they come in just to tell you about their stuff, but not really to play any of the games.
That's the point. I don't mind hearing about their collection. It's nice to talk. I know they're proud of it, just like a mother would be proud of her kid. But you came to an arcade, and we only can pay our bills when people play the games. It's not that you paid an admission to come in here and tell me about your collection. Play the games. Show your support for the operation. If you don't support the operation, then they're not going to be there. What's the matter with you?
And one of the most maddening things is they'll come in and tell you, I remember when Fascination was a dime, expecting it still to be a dime.
I had one last week that told me they remember when it was a nickel. It was never a nickel. A nickel. A nickel.
Oh my God, a nickel. Well, I want to just end with this one video, because I think this really sums your life up a lot. I gotta play this one. I know it's running late here, and tomorrow is Saturday, and of course you're going to be open on the arcade. Okay, so this, just to put this in context, you were asked to be on a Jay Leno show. Bet your life, right? But they needed you to, which I never even heard of this show, but it was something he was doing out in Los Angeles. And I guess ultimately you didn't want to do it because you didn't want to fly out to Los Angeles because you don't fly.
I don't fly.
Yeah, but they had you send in a video. So this is the video that you sent in to the Jay Leno production company. Let's just take a look at this.
Being in the amusement business is a lot of fun, but it's a lot of hard work too. And all I can tell you is it's a life of dedication and self-sacrifice. Nobody really understands. It is show business. We're entertainers. We're constantly on the run, working for literally pocket change to have everybody have a good time playing the games in the store. And as a matter of fact, you have to run on a minimal budget, and therefore you're very short-handed. And a lot of times you don't even have the time for basic body needs. So talk about funny stories. People don't get it. I'm running the game. I'm on the microphone, ringing the bell every 2 seconds because it's got to be done that way. And you can't even go to the bathroom. So I always thought it would be a perfect title for my book about my memoirs. And it would be called, You Shit in a Bag. You shit in a paper bag. I mean, that's what happens. You're between games. You got to run in the back. You can't go to the bathroom. And you have to shit in a paper bag, and you're still ringing the bell and making the announcements during the game.
Oh my God! But that's the truth, because even your arcade up there now, I mean, you don't have a bathroom in there, and
No,
sometimes
but we got a paper bag.
yeah, sometimes it's just a plastic bag.
That's right.
But oh my God,
And
is that funny?
you're trying to do your business in the paper bag, and the bell rings. Oh, we got another winner. Oh, look at that. We'll get you some coupons in a second. Here's a new game. Let's ring the bell.
Oh my God.
If they only knew.
Yeah, you got another question in here. It says, what is the most profitable video or pinball game that you ever ran, I guess?
Video or pinball that I ever ran? That's a tough question. I don't think there's one that stands out so magnificently as anything else. As far as pinball, I think the most profitable pinball was 8-Ball Deluxe. And as far as video games are concerned, back in the 80s, without a doubt, it was Mrs. Pac-Man. And I did very well with Dance Dance Revolution, but I can't run that today because parts are too hard to get it. If I can get them, but it would take too long.
I just want to show, this is the end of your third episode we did on Fascination, where you were showing the upstairs of Randyland, where you sort of recreated Lucky's Fascination because you had to pull out of that location eventually, and you ended up moving everything out of there, not just the tables, but the ceiling and the doors and the signs and everything. And you sort of recreated it upstairs in the Woolworth building. So this is the end of that episode here.
Here's 23, 24. My babies. And over here is the head of 23 and 24. Oh, it's protecting the switch plates. Here they are. How do you know? How do you know it's 20? Look. 23, 24.
So those tables that you, of course, fell in love with as a 13-year-old boy, you still have in your collection. You keep them close to you. They're very important. What would you say is a more important acquisition in your life? Your omnibuses that you got from Disney World, or your Lucky's Fascination system, if you could only choose to keep one of those two?
Oh, I could never make that choice. I certainly spent more time with the Fascination my whole life. So I would have to choose the Fascination above anything. But the omnibuses are so rare and special that you can't even make that kind of decision.
Because I guess you have a very strong connection to both.
Absolutely.
Because of going to Disney World since it first opened, working there. And yeah, well, Randy, this has really been fun. It's after midnight. Thank you for agreeing to do the live 200th episode. And I think we should do something like this again. I mean, we still have 67 people watching the stream, and it's after midnight, and we've been on for over 4 hours. So it's crazy. So I know you have a lot more stories to tell, and I hope we do at least another 200 episodes.
Absolutely.
Well, do you have any parting words?
I don't know what to say that would be philosophical. All I can tell you, folks, is I love what I do. I've done it all my life. I'll continue to do it as long as I can. And I've been very, very blessed to have been put in the position to do all the things that I've done, and for God to have given me the abilities in order to do what I've done. It's certainly something that the average life would never understand or be able to do. And I'm so grateful for everything and everybody who's been a part of it.
Well, on that, we'll just say good night, everybody. And hey, if you haven't subscribed, make sure you do so. And we'll see you next week, Friday, normal time, 9 o'clock in the AM. So long. Good night, everyone.
Good night, kids.